Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the MOSEF 2023 Varsity Standard Smash Crew Battle, coming at you live from beautiful downtown St. Louis, Missouri. There were over 60 teams at the start of this season, 7 weeks of competition, and an incredible playoff bracket, but we are down to just the final 8, and today we will determine who the best school in Missouri is at Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. We got a lot of bookkeeping and a lot of game to get to, but first off, my name is Ninehole Greens, bringing you the action today with my man Neztec. They just pull us out of retirement every time they need somebody to cast.
Yes, indeed, and it always feels so good every single time. Our love for the game just renewed every single time we commentate Smash. Not to say that the love ever went away in the first place, but it does feel good to get that energy pumping back into us again and being reminded, you know, why we love this game so much and have loved it for so many years.
Right, and the opportunity that these kids are getting today is the remarkable part. For those of you just joining us here, these are all high schoolers who are competing and representing both their region and their schools. It's an incredible day of action here. This will be the 3rd edition of it. Last year, we had it over at the St. Louis Science Center. It was a great experience there that we got to kind of see what these kids were bringing to the table. And today they've got the jerseys on here. Everyone's competing. There was a huge countdown. There's a lot of school pride. And we already have 2 great schools that will be battling right off the top.
Yeah, and I think another really exciting thing about watching high school level players play, or well, at the collegiate scene, is that a lot of this is talent that either you are seeing right now in some of the highest levels, or that you will be seeing soon. You know, a lot of these players are, you know, they don't really have the capacity or the funds yet to easily travel for big tournaments. So this is kind of the first chance for them to, you know, show off what they got. And we probably will be seeing some of them in a few years as they are able to make more appearances at things.
Well, you can see right there on the screen, we have Wolf and a Z-Man there who are going to be battling it out here. We got Hickman and CBC, and one of the reasons this is such an interesting matchup is CBC, the returning favorite, the presumptive favorite, an incredibly strong team, but Hickman last year, number 3. They ended up getting 3rd place, only losing to the top 2 seeds there, so they took care of business in most respects. To see them battling it out this early should be a great, great matchup here in this crew battle format.
Yeah, and before we went live, I was just asking Nines, you know, how the seeding worked for this, because, you know, in normal situations, you wouldn't expect 2 really high-level teams to be facing each other that quickly, but because they are today, that means we're starting off with a banger instead of likely, you know, a giant versus a whatever the opposite of a giant is.
A banger, and the reverb went to my soul here. This crew battle has started. Hickman versus CBC. We're going to have Wolf representing Hickman, and on CBC, you've got Z-Man there with the Min there. We'll, of course, tell you all about this format as we get a chance here, but right now, the game's starting hot between 2 of the more recent additions into the game, and 2 characters that are unpopular, we'll say, amongst the fan base.
Yeah, I could make a joke here about how neither you or me recognize these characters on screen right now, but I think that would reduce some of our credibility as casters, so I will not make that joke. Instead, I will just point out how we are probably not going to see too much close quarters combat between these 2, as they are both characters that like to, you know, stand back, set up camp, and throw things at each other.
Yeah, absolutely. I know it is the Enderman skin, but this is Steve if you go in and boot it up in your game versus Min as well. Min, of course, a representative of the ARMS franchise, and Steve representing Minecraft that some of you have probably heard of in your gaming side. They're battling it out here on Final Destination here, and you know, this is an interesting map here. I think a lot of people would look at this and say it couldn't possibly be a more even stage, but you can see with no platforms here how difficult it is to maneuver and get back, and an anvil dropped 1 ton on your head makes it that much more difficult.
Yes, indeed. And I think if we're talking matchups, another important thing when it comes to zoner characters like these 2 is usually if there's a character between the 2 that can close the distance really quickly and, you know, open up the space, that is usually the one who would win this matchup. But when it comes to a situation where both of them are zoners, it just depends on who has the better kit. And I was going to say Steve normally does, but Min, of course, has the tools as well to really get things going.
2 incredibly powerful characters here now. Z in a very precarious position. That TNT lets go of the shield at just the wrong time. Not going to take the stock there, but a lot of damage. That one not going to take it either, sending to the other side. This was almost an even matchup just a few seconds ago, Neztec, but now look at this. 0% on one side, 131 on the other. A nice roll in to get a grab and get some footing here, but a great response here from Wolf, who has kind of taken this in favor of Hickman.
Yeah, no offense to Z, but I don't think I've ever seen anyone get hit by TNT twice in a row, let alone once in a match. But looks like he's not going to make it a 3rd time, as that TNT just topples off the stage right there. No contact made. Z still sitting at a very high percent. Minecraft Steve not really having like any quick like super kill options to like take that stock easily, but still a dangerous character in his own regard.
Yeah, and the nice patience here as well. Something interesting about Min Min, those of you who have probably already pieced it together, those arms extend a long way, and there are projectiles on the end of it as well. So where Steve usually likes to sit out just like that and be patient coming and getting back, Min Min not a character that will allow that.
They're
tied
trading.
up. Not enough. 0% here on the first player, the vanguard of both of these teams.
Yes, and I think this is a good opportunity to mention the way stocks work in crew battles. 5 players, 3 stocks each. So at the top, you see we started with a total of 15, and they're not giving me any time to explain this because Min Min is just going for the jugular right now.
Yeah, fantastic work, and now a couple shots back the other way, getting off there. Now again, almost even on the percentage here. Some nice directional influence to go up to the top. Let's see if it's enough. It is!
Yep.
And C will close it out there for the team. You see everybody cheering. The fists are being pumped. And after a very back and forth intense match there, it is going to be CBC holding on to it right there. Cool
Yes,
as a
indeed.
cucumber in that chair.
You know, that's actually what one of the C stands for in CBC. Cool and cucumber, that's the other C.
That's the other one.
But no, yeah, so I mean, I think one of the things that started to happen at the end there was a bit of Min Min realizing that those aerials were really strong with the soccer ball, whatever that thing is under his hands. And I think that the Steve player was a little bit slower to realize that there's a lot of damage being packed in those punches because he kept getting hit like time after time, and then ultimately ended up being what made him lose the stock at the end there.
Yeah, and that stock will shift things towards CBC in terms of how they're favored. You started a little bit of the discussion on the format, so we'll just pick it right up here. For those of you who are unfamiliar with a crew battle format, there are 5 players on each team, each with 3 stocks, and you can sort of think of those 3 stocks as their ticket to the dance, as it were. Once those are gone, they are out of the crew battle. The player that won that match, so in this case, CBC's player, will be staying on the stage with as many stocks as they had left. So that'll be 1 stock. The new player will come in here, this case from Hickman, with their full entry of 3 stocks. And that cycle is going to rinse and repeat until one team has no players left to compete with them. So it's a very fun format. There's a lot of strategy, and I'm sure we'll kind of talk a little bit back and forth about what counterpicking is when you have a player who plays a certain character, how you play around that. But it's one of my favorite formats to compete in, and I think it's even better when you can represent a school.
Yeah, and I think another aspect of it that's very complex that people at home don't really get to take part in, because for us we just see, okay, now this character's coming out, okay, now that one is. But for the teams, there's actually a lot of discussion and strategy that goes into that, because you have to anticipate, okay, well, who are they going to send out? Well, they're probably saving that person for last, and we want this person to match them. Like, there's a lot of different things that go into it, but at home we just sit and watch. We say, okay, cool, yeah, we have this fun match, and that's another fun part of it. And another really cool thing as well is the camaraderie. It's one thing when you're playing individually and you have your whole region behind you cheering you on, but you're literally on a team right now in a way that's different than doubles. Like, you're all pulling equal weight and you're all cheering for each other. It's a unique experience to crew battle.
And I was talking to some of the CBC players earlier, and they kind of talk about how they train each other too, and they teach each other, which is, when you talk about community, people always talk about, the Smash community and, the different smaller groups within that too. When you have a team that you are competing and training with, it truly does, I think, make everybody better. A rising tide lifts all ships, as they say. I think that's how it goes, something along those lines.
Like
but
that.
It's so nice to have a focus group that's trying to get better for a goal. And now that MoSEF is putting this on, they have a very tangible goal to go to. It's not simply, let's get better at the game. They have something that they can put on their backs after they win.
Exactly. I think in singles, when it comes to team pride, there's a lot of, you're helping this person get better at this matchup. But, in your mind, you kind of want them to not be as good at it because you want to win.
Of course.
But in crew battles, there's none of that. We're all rooting for each
Exactly.
other. So the next player we have coming up from Hickman is going to be Tabe. And who does Tabe play again?
I think right there, maybe.
Okay.
A little
I think
super
that looks
fighting
right.
robot,
Well,
perhaps?
we got some Mega Man. I almost said Magman. Mega Man coming up next to face off against the Min Min, and we really are starting off with some zoners. I have to imagine this matchup from a zoomed out way won't look too different from the previous one, but obviously Mega Man and Steve, 2 completely different characters. Definitely going to be some different tools that Tabe can throw out here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. It should be noted here that we have some rosters that we have pieced together because of what they have played over the course of the season. You lock in characters, but you don't have to have the ones that are here on this sheet that we have pieced together.
True.
So we're assuming that this is a Mega Man, so please don't get too mad at us if we get one of these wrong.
Yeah.
But I also say that because it's hard to plan if a team has a large number of players and a large stable of characters, because again, that's where that counter pick fashion comes in. You noted here, it's probably not going to look too different. I will say that Mega Man, one of those characters that I think can be very, very difficult to take stocks off low percent. So if you have a character like that, they can come in here. You hope that they can clean up your opponent without having too much. You can take as much damage as you want, right? As long as you don't lose the stock. So you're fine sending in a tank.
Yeah, and that's an important thing to talk about too, because on the opposite side of that conversation there, in Z's situation, one thing that's important to note, he stays at the stocks that he had from the last match, but his percent is reset back down to 0. Yeah. So the important thing in this situation for Z is to potentially take a stock off before he loses his own, because then that kind of turns this into no longer a one-for-one trade to they're now 2 ahead. So moments like these are where the differences can really start to shake out. And here we see Z dropping off his first 2 stocks because, as we mentioned, due to the rules of the format, he ended with 1 in the previous match, so he must start with 1 in this one.
Something else interesting to note here, at least by the raw numbers here, Tabe is certainly the most accomplished player on this Hickman squad as well in terms of stock taken and stock differential over the course of this. So if you're sending a really strong player out early, you are hoping to build a lead. You're hoping to get something because you know that CBC has some absolute monsters waiting in the wings.
Yes. Yes, indeed. And I think another aspect of it could be just wanting to get some momentum going. After losing the first one and falling a little bit behind, you have to imagine your team morale can be a little bit shook, a tiny bit. No, I'm not going to say gone because it's just the beginning, but you want something to kind of reverse the momentum in your favor. Speaking of reversing, a reflection coming out right there from the Min-Min, sending that Leaf Blade right back at him.
Yeah, this is one of the interesting things because Min-Min getting in and out of shield is always one of those questions that we have for these zoner-style characters where you have the longer hits, but maybe the up close you don't have as much, and very dangerous. You saw Mega Man of Tabe, they're running into the same sort of problem, jumping out of shield, not a quick hit to get out of the shield, precarious positions, barely managing to get out there. A nice back air to throw him off the stage here. Trying to set up some traps here, and Tabe very cool and collected after going down early.
Yeah, a little bit of handing off of stage control here. Both of them kind of hanging at the ledge a little bit. We're just now seeing things go back to the center as another back air, because so close to the center, not going to do much to get him off the stage, but oh goodness, very close.
Oh, barely maneuvering there around the long arms of Min-Min. Landing in a grab and up throw, going to do it. And the crowd erupts there. That could be a huge stock over the course of this crew battle.
There goes that 2-stock lead right there for CBC, looking fantastic for them right now. And another thing that's tricky, oh, never mind, that up tilt coming through for Mega Man with his best Ryu impersonation that's going to seal off that stock for Z. But Z able to walk off stage with a smile because he did the best thing his team could hope from him right there.
Yeah, great job there. Taking 4 stocks for your team. Of course, you started with 3 and you took 4. Like, any way you try to slice it in any worlds of math there, you've done a decent job. You have done your job. Yeah. You just need everybody else to do it here. And
on the topic of stats, is that something that people, or that, you know, people in crew battles keep track of? Like, you know, average stocks taken per like match or things like that, like, because that would be an interesting thing to know. Like, I know it's probably roughly the same for a lot of players, but when it comes to stats, incrementally it can get down to that, you know, decimals.
Yeah. Well, some people do, and that's why it's here in my notebook. So not my work, I will say. Here is often I'd simply plagiarize what I find interesting and take it for my own. That's how it works. But
so are you saying ChatGPT probably came up with those stats?
Oh boy, that's we're really opening it up at this point. They're not one of our sponsors here. We can't just be name dropping like that.
True that. But yeah, so that will be the first player being knocked out for CBC finally. We don't know yet who CBC is going to be sending out next, but will likely be a good match either way.
Yeah, it should be a great match. Again, CBC, for those of you just joining us, is the defending champion here. They are the presumptive favorite as well. They have what many people would consider to be the strongest player in this crew battle in Luma, their Rob player here, who's from Acclaim even almost at a national level here. This is not like simply a St. Louis or regional pride thing. Gets good at the game. Got to be said there. But they have a great roster outside of that. There are a lot of times where CBC doesn't even need to send out their heaviest of hitters. And I think that's one of the reasons why Tabe going out so early here from Hickman is interesting, because to get a little meta with you all here, if you send your strongest player out early, it's almost a beacon for either that player's best counter to go at them afterwards, or to bait out an opponent's best player. And that's where this kind of gets really interesting in the back and forth. The opponent has thrown out their best player. you want to take them out before they can get some momentum going and go on a tear. What does that look like? How do you change it around? And that's the answer that CBC's got to figure out.
Exactly, because if CBC does take the bait, if you will, and send out their best player, there's a chance that their best player is not there to clean it up at the end, since they've had him slowly whittling down, losing his stocks at the start. So, yeah, it's definitely a good play by Hickman, and a strategy I don't think I've ever really seen before. I think normally I haven't participated in many crew battles, but usually you see the best player is safe for the end. But like you just mentioned, this is a good strategy that they can go for in the situation. And would you say, is Tabe the best player on that team?
I would say at least from just, again, a pure numbers standpoint.
Right.
We've got some here in terms of stock differential and how many stocks taken. You know, the numbers can be fudged either way here. It doesn't always tell the full story. But certainly from the numbers that I saw, the most experienced, at least in terms of all the different matches that were played there. And I recall Tabe from last year as well being a strong player, so not at all surprising to see them come out early.
Right, yeah, and obviously stats, no real replacement for the eyeball test, which we will find out soon. I mean, we've seen a little bit of the Mega Man play so far, but yeah, stats do tend to tell a pretty good story in that regard. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be great to see if all the players on the team are relatively the same skill level, because then that means we'll get some great action either way. Will be exciting.
Yeah, they have sent a player up here. They are quite far away here in this beautiful venue here, which is wonderful to say that, one, we have a giant venue, and that, two, the players get to play on a true main stage here. It's wonderful. Again, they can see each other up on the main stage there. Everybody is cheering here. The players get to sit in these seats that, believe me, you and I could not afford to sit in on a regular night here. They are wonderful seats here. They're getting to sit there, look up there. We've been informed that it is Kai that has come in. And Kai had like 6 characters listed as what had been played over the course of it here. Has chosen Cloud for the day. Mega Man and Cloud action in a Smash Brothers game. What a world we have. Square Enix and Capcom crossing it off here.
Exactly. At this point, though, I'm sure most players are kind of used to seeing non-Nintendo representatives in the game so far. Not so much a Nintendo-only club anymore. So let's talk a little bit about this matchup. I think this will be one that I can see being very annoying for Cloud. Cloud's one of those kind of characters where his recovery's not that good, pretty easy to abuse, and just then we were inches away from Tabe stealing a very early stock.
And again, if you are very, very new to Smash Bros. Here, most characters have what we call a double jump, where you get one jump with your feet on the ground and one jump after you have gone into the air. Then they have what we would call a triple jump or a recovery jump that they can use after that that's different for every character. Cloud, one of those characters who desperately needs to have that double jump because, as you will come to see, not a lot on offer in terms of a recovery move. So being able to survive that long, a big, big deal.
Yes. He does not cover much horizontal distance when getting back to the stage, and that limit cross slash coming through right there. Not able to get too much off of it. That's one thing I've noticed the more often I watch Cloud play. Sometimes he just has the moments where limit happens. It's a huge cinematic sequence, and it's just 10% added or 20% added. Yeah. And again, for those of you new to Smash, but I had to hold that thought to see if Cloud can make it back. So Cloud has a mechanism called Limit, where as he deals damage, I believe, and he can also manually charge it. You see that meter right above his head. Once it's full, all of his special abilities become empowered on next use to deal significantly more damage. Speaking of damage, Tabe peeling that stock off right there, no limit needed.
Yep, and that has equalized the game here. We've been talking so much about it, but it is still a close game for the time being. Now is where Tabe's high percentage really comes into play here. We told you earlier, Mega Man, a character that has some decent survivability here, and now should have a pretty good dodging all of the attacks. And again, if you can stack up a little percent here, suddenly we've talked about how Cloud can go down very quickly. Has to be careful here. It's starting to stack.
Yeah, and Cloud, he's a fast character in some ways. When he has a limit, his speed is increased. I believe that's still the way that's worked in this game. But I don't think he's still not that fast enough. Not fast enough to really break into Mega Man's fortress that easily.
No, great job there, and finally gets a trade here to close it out there. So Kai did a job. Every Tabe stock is going to be a big deal here for Kai.
Oh, no.
Misses that there and will get punished for it.
Yes, I think that was a situation where he meant to, just not enough vertical distance, and that's going to be his stock going down right there. But yeah, I think he meant to dash forward before doing the limit cross slash. It happens to me sometimes too playing other characters. Sometimes you just mean to move forward a little bit, almost gets gimped right there.
Oh, very scary right there. We've already seen one time Cloud
Happen
comes
again.
a little bit short. Yeah, it almost happens again.
Yep.
Dashes forward. There's some more damage to be taken off of here, and Tabe would absolutely love to take this off. You've taken out a whole player with only 2 of your stocks. You can see starting to get a little jump heavy.
Yep.
We see that happen sometimes. You're not sure how to get through an opponent, so you start jumping around waiting for them to make a move.
I think one thing that that Kai is sort of letting off the pressure a little bit too much on is he's having moments where he could freely throw out a hitbox to hit Mega Man with something just in case he's not shielding, but he just does nothing. And there was a situation where, because of that, Mega Man was like, oh, okay, no shield pressure, I just walk away, sounds good to me.
This happens so much at the end here. Tabe knows that it's really going to take a
nice.
full telegraphed hit in order to take him out, so he's just going to throw and work it. Every single option being used there by the Cloud to recover, and it was all needed, and it's now fought back to center stage. Is the jump there? Is the jump gone? That's
it is indeed. The stage spike bouncing him off too far away is going to be what knocks Kai out right there. And Tabe, the Mega Man, moving on once again and forcing CBC to ask themselves, you know, do we finally just throw out Luma just to get rid of this Mega Man and hope that the rest of the trip is an easy one for us?
Well, there you see a sigh of relief. And, you know, it's so nice sometimes as a commentator when you set out these very basic concepts for the audience at home that may not be familiar, and all of that comes to fruition. And you saw 2 times there, because of varying reasons, Cloud's limited recovery really being the undoing. That stage spike that we saw at the end, there are a lot of characters who, it's not great, but it's also not immediately meaning the loss of a stock here. It's not a horrid sentence. Cloud had no options there at that point, and then earlier you saw, partially because of a nicely placed hitbox there from the Mega Man, you saw the Cloud had to go extremely low to try to get just the tip of that edge. Was not able to. Again, a limiting recovery. And on the other side, we said Mega Man not so easy to take down. There was what, high 90s, low 100% there. There's a lot of character where that's a danger zone against Cloud. Not so much for the Mega Man, and you saw that come through.
Yeah, and Mega Man is surprisingly bulky as well. And his recovery is kind of hard to quantify because it's very linear. And it's one of those kind of recoveries where in certain matchups, it's fantastic. In some matchups, it's bad. So I think against someone like Pikachu, who can just stay off stage for a very long time, Mega Man's recovery not so good. Against someone like Cloud, Cloud doesn't want to go out there because if Cloud goes out there, he risks things turning around, and now he has to struggle to get back on stage. So Mega Man's recovery being linear or predictable isn't really that much of an issue in that matchup, and that's just part of the dynamic nature of Smash, where things could just change depending on what different character you're playing against. And it's very interesting, and we'll see if Hickman can bring out, or if CBC can bring out a character that can abuse that recovery. I know Rob is one, but we don't know if they're going to bring out the Rob next.
No, so this again, the decision to be made here for those of you keeping track at home, that is 4 stocks now that have been taken by Tabe. That very first matchup, losing that first stock when we said, hey, taking out 1 Tabe stock is a big deal, because you see why. 1 Tabe stock just took out 3 from an opponent. So now everything on the margins a little bit thinner here for Tabe. If Tabe could make that same sort of run again, take out 2 stocks before this last one, or take out 3 stocks for the price of 0 would be quite a nice deal there.
Because he's down to his last, right?
Yep,
Tabe is?
down to the last. And we now know that Cool Guy 105 is the player that's going to be brought out. And, well, it appears here, based on the character that's being picked, an old favorite of yours perhaps there. It's a little Earthbound character, a baseball bat. We'll see if that is the choice. But we have Ness currently is what is noted here. We'll see if that's the case.
I mean, you're playing at Ballpark Village. You got to play a character with a baseball bat, and that's the only way this plays out. If this player picks anything other than Ness, I will take off this headset and walk away from this. No, I'm kidding.
Please don't do that.
And then I will turn around and come right back.
There we go.
But no, yes, it would be interesting to see that. Personally, I don't really like the Ness Mega Man matchup too much. I mean, Ness can absorb something. He can absorb pellets. He can absorb the F smash, the forward smash. But I mean, there's a lot of things that he just still gets hit by, and Ness isn't going to just hold down B the entire match. Not only that, we mentioned earlier how speed is a really good tool to break into Mega Man's fortress and be able to stop him from just throwing things. And Ness is not really a fast character.
Yeah, not in that same respect. And you know, kind of interesting here. Again, this is a 5-player crew battle if you are just joining us here. Now, 2 players are down for CBC. So for the time being, Hickman is ahead. We're sort of assuming here that the heavy hitters will come out later for CBC, and that's really always the question when you play against this team. So forgive us if we sound as though we're still sort of giving Hickman an underdog's role here, but this would be an incredible upset if they're able to pull it off. So they've got 3 players left in reserve, Cool Guy 105 being that third player who has come out here for them. They are down to 9 stocks left.
I love how these teams have jerseys. Sorry, it's a completely random
No,
comment, but like it's so cool seeing that at like a collegiate level. Makes me wish I had a jersey for my one-man team, even if I had a team back in the day when I competed.
I was going to say in
I didn't have a
high
team.
school,
Yeah, no.
did you even say that you played video games in high school is the bigger question here. That's how far we've come.
Compared to nowadays, I guess not.
I know. I mean, clearly here, like growing up, Missouri born and bred I am, and I'm from Southwest Missouri here, the Carthage-Joplin area, and like it's crazy to start from that position there where, again, you sort of play video games. It's like a niche hobby that you get called a nerd for. To hear a group full of people who are celebrating here, you've got the parents here, you've got the teammates here. It maybe not in scope just yet, but it reminds me of like any other athletic competition that I would have gone to. You put the colors on here, you cheer your teammates on. And I know that that's what Mosef and the entire crew that's been putting on this event has been trying to achieve.
It's such a great way to allow, a wider demographic of people to enjoy the sports culture.
Absolutely.
To allow other people to compete in things. It's like now it's not just the football players that get to, rally in these kind of ways and have this kind of experience. The gamers get to do it too. And real quick, I had to nerd out on this a little bit. I could be reading too into this, but I was watching Cool Guy set up his controls, and he set L to jump. That is something I think that NES players do to make it easier to do a full hop PK fire. Because if you try to do it with the regular jump button, you're using the same thumb to jump as you are to PK fire. So you might move your thumb and not get the full hop in. But when it's on L, you can just hold L with the other finger. And I watch him not pick NES, and I'm completely wrong.
I mean, we are going all the way in on this and trying to double down. Okay, hovered over Lucida for half a second and gave us a worry.
Now watch, he will not full jump PK fire at once this match, and I will still be wrong.
I would be absolutely stunned. Look at this Cool Guy taking a moment there, a big, deep breath here. Representing these players, even the favorites get nervous. It's one thing to be the favorite, but you still have to come out and execute here. Tabe going to toss a couple of stocks off the board here to get us to where we were at the end. And this is a heated matchup here to be said. Talk to me a little bit again about what Ness looks for generally as a character. You spoke a little bit about the Mega Man matchup and why it's tricky, but what is Ness trying to do in a general sense?
Yeah, so Ness is a very interesting character. I feel like when it comes to archetypes, oh no, he's in a really bad place right now. Okay, does not get spiked there. He's a character who kind of like can change his playstyle depending on who he's playing against. He's kind of in the middle of a lot of the spectrum, so he doesn't get pinned down into one way. The way he wants to play this matchup is try his best to get in, and it's not going to be that easy to do that against a Mega Man who has this many tools.
No, and a player who is very comfortable here. Ness, not a terribly uncommon character, I would say. So you know that you have some experience there. Gets launched way off the lowest charge of the forward smash.
Okay, so I think Tabe right there was predicting the air dodge into the stage. You mentioned that Ness is a very common character and loses his first stock, only dealing 35% to Tabe. Not looking too good for Cool Guy here.
No, suddenly you're starting to see the wisdom here of Tabe coming out so early.
Yes.
You said predicting and guessing here. Tabe is making all the right decisions there. That's some big damage there, even more damage. How are you coming? Catching the shield on the landing here has picked everything up. Identifying it there, already up to 56% and counting a little more damage. This Ness is still desperately trying to find a way into center stage with some footing, does so, and now once again it's flipped back.
There we go. Finally get some good hits. Can't get too much else off of it. Tabe air dodging away from the ledge. Cool Guy predicting he was going to, or sorry, towards the ledge, predicting he was going to go mid the center stage. It doesn't get it. And a back air comes through once again and does nothing to avoid getting hit by that. There are so many opportunities here where a PSI magnet would be very good for Cool Guy to get some more health, but just not pulling the trigger, maybe afraid that he's going to lose too much time trying to get back to stage.
Earlier, we said the best of all deals that you could make is 3 stocks for 0 here. Tabe on the verge of doing it right now. Needs to find a little bit of footing here and put more damage on. And if you're Cool Guy here, you've got to find a way to stay composed. The game hasn't done well But if you get rid of Tabe, it's that much more important here because who knows what Tabe could do against some of your best players. Another good hit at the ledge. What is your trap? What do you set up? Nothing. Mega Man back at center stage has to find a way to close this.
Yep, and you say back to center stage right there. I think that is the biggest key that Cool Guy needs to be capitalizing on. I think this is actually one of the matchups where Mega Man can have a harder time getting back on stage. Ness has down smash at ledge to easily hit his recovery. He can put out fairs that Mega Man can't really easily get through. Ness should have an easy time keeping this man off stage, but somehow Tabe is able to get back to center stage every single time.
There's a lot of dash attacks, Neztec here, trying to find a way to get Mega Man up in the air to start those chases. Get those single hits. Will that do it?
Ooh.
Are you serious? An up tilt closing it out there.
Yep, one of those situations, you know, with his expression, you would think he was the Ness there. Yeah. So that right there, that final interaction was a bit lucky for Tabe. Not to say he hasn't been playing out of his mind this set, but the roll behind got buffered at the exact same time as the PK Fire from Cool Guy. It put him in just the position it's not like he rolled because he knew Cool Guy was going to PK Fire there. He's like, oh, you're lag, full of lag right now. Okay, I'm just going to up tilt and show you you're gone. And wow, that Tabe not losing that one stock.
Well, and again, if Tabe misses that,
yeah,
that's probably it. At that
yeah.
percentage, a back throw would have been very close because there was a decent amount of the rage mechanic, which we haven't really talked about for people unfamiliar.
Yeah.
But essentially, once you hit a certain level of damage, all of your moves have additional knockback. There's a whole algorithm. We won't bore you with the details, but just know that that was a very risky up tilt to be throwing there at the end, and you see why it was tossed out. Ness went sky high there, and that is 7 stocks now that Tabe has taken.
And you're right. I completely forgot there that Tabe was sitting on 1 stock. I think I'm so used to, in a 1v1 scenario, especially when it's Ness, both players having 3 stocks. But you're right. Cool Guy just needed to peel off 1, and he was so close at the end there. But unfortunately for him, not able to. Going to have to pass the baton to one of his teammates who, honestly, maybe with the mental stress that Tabe's been having to go through doing all these matches, it could be easy for his next opponent. And I think we can see who the next opponent is. The CBC finally having to pull out their strongest weapon?
I think finally the fun is over. At the very least, you only have 2 players left. You're starting to run out of decisions that you can make here. And
True, it is a 5-person crew battle, yeah.
Tabe has ended the crew for 3 players now. Not 9 full stocks, but came in to take out the final stock of their first player, takes out another player, takes out another player here. I mean, you say the job has been done here, and we expected it early. We said, how many players is Tabe going to get through here? Well, there's your answer, at least for the time being.
Yeah.
3 stocks Luma, I mean, just end the whole event right there would be unbelievable. But, you know, this is why sending out a strong player early on is a totally valid strategy, because now you can start to chip away at these last 2 from CBC, and you have more stocks to do it with.
Exactly. I believe Tabe is still only their 2nd player, correct?
Correct.
2nd player, and they're up against CBC's 4th player. So this is one of those moments where Luma's put in kind of a high-pressure situation because you mentioned they only have 2 players left anyway, but what Luma would hope to do now is, you know, be the balance to what Tabe did. He needs to do the opposite. He needs to do the same thing for his team, basically, in trying to peel off as many stocks as possible. And the factor that it comes into now is matchups. Given the characters that Luma is going to be playing against, can he do that with the same amount of ease that Tabe was able to do? And we'll see. We don't know what the rest of the roster looks like for Hickman, but that Mega Man made clean work of everyone. So this is going to be an important matchup right here.
Crucial at this point that Luma cleans this without losing anyone. Again, only 6 stocks as a crew for them to play with at this point. And Luma here, the presumptive strongest player in this entire event here. Got to live up to the billing, my friend, here. They will wait. The invincibility's gone, and they will duke it out here. And this, man, you talk about a character that is consistent and smooth. Rob can get it done against anyone at any % on any stage.
Yes, Rob is definitely one of the characters who I think got one of the most exciting changes coming into Smash Ultimate. He's just a lot more explosive now, and I feel like in the past, Rob's archetype was typically more of a slow-moving zoner. He's got good boxing tools now, and he's got explosive kill potential. Where, like you mentioned, he can take this single stock that Tabe has really easily, and I think Luma's about to end things right now.
Yep, every tool in the book. You talk so much about Mega Man's recovery being very linear. This is certainly a character that can take advantage of that. A decent job getting back through there, but you'll notice Luma really has not gotten hit all that much. Yeah, you've got some lemons and some pellets being tossed out that way, but no really good meaty hit. Launched all the way across. Luma stands up, gives a fist bump, job taken care of, 45%, and not a lot of hits on top of that.
Yeah.
The train is rolling, my friend.
And I don't want to take any credit away from Luma there, but I wonder how much of that was nerves on Tabe's part. You got one stock staring at the 3 of a player like Luma, and you saw at the end there he didn't even air dodge the slow-moving laser of Rob. And I know Mega Man's air dodge is pretty important when he's off stage like that, because as I mentioned earlier, his recovery can be pretty linear, so he kind of sometimes needs that to like air dodge to the stage. But come on, that's your last stock.
Yeah,
you can't just hold on to it.
Well, you got to use every resource you have at that point. If they follow up and take somebody out or follow up and get you at that point, it's you've fallen into the flow chart. Whatever, you still go as far into the flow chart as you possibly can. You make the opponent correctly check you as many times as you possibly can.
Exactly, and I'd be curious to know what like Rob and Mega Man experts think on the matchup. But I feel like I can see that one being even. Rob doesn't really have the tools to break into Mega Man's zone, but he doesn't really need to either, because Rob also can play the run away and throw things game.
Sure.
And I mean, he does. Actually, I will say one thing that I could see Rob having in his advantage in that matchup is the ability to just stay off stage a long time. And as we mentioned earlier, that's a good thing against Mega Man, because you just harass him off stage. And I mean, in that matchup, Luma didn't even need to, because he could just keep throwing lasers and things like that.
One other thing to just kind of build on that, you talked about it a little bit, the term boxing here. Again, you know, for those of you who may not be as familiar with Super Smash Bros., maybe you're even familiar with other traditional fighting games, or maybe you have no idea how fighting games play at all. But in Smash Bros., there are typically these low-hit moves that don't send the opponent very far, your combo moves, and then you've got launching moves later on that will throw the opponent way off, take stocks at higher percent there. One of the things that's so difficult to fight against Rob is Rob can find some of those really, really low damage, low knockback hits through even the mid percents and continue to stack damage up and then combo into his very reliable launching moves that can send people off, take stocks early, and as you noted, can dive as far as he wants off stage to finish the job there. But that's why I think Rob is so strong, and certainly in the hands of a player like Luma, the consistency, all those tools are available to you all the time.
Yep, and I think, sorry to keep digging so into archetypes like this, but I think that's another thing that makes Rob such a strong character, because usually when you have a character who excels at, controlling space and throwing things and creating distance, you should be rewarded when you manage to break into that character's space and get a hit on him. Rob, because he's good at boxing and has quick, close range moves like his jab, his down tilt, you're not really rewarded. Like, you break into his zone, you're like, all right, I'm in Rob's space, time to beat him up, but then he's gonna beat you up instead.
Right.
So one could argue that is not good design on Nintendo's part. I think Rob's a well-designed character because his weaknesses are shifted elsewhere. Like, sure, his close quarters are not as bad as they probably should be, but he's a big slow-moving target. He gets juggled easily. Like, there's a lot of levers to move when it comes to designing characters in Smash, and I think Rob's a very interesting character design in that regard.
Well, and that's the higher skill that you can eventually get to is you've now broken through to go fight Rob, but you have to break through in the right way. It's sort of like in chess. You can't simply take a piece because it's there to be taken. There could always be ramifications.
Yeah.
You can't simply go to attack a character and do it. There is one other super strong player here on this Hickman roster that I recall from last year, and it is Toxaboy here, a Palutena player who I had as one of my players to watch last year, is back in. They're going to be fighting on even footing for the time here. And you talk about a week one matchup that we are familiar with, my friend.
Yeah.
These two characters, very strong in the early days of this game and still pretty all right now.
Yeah, I feel like this is like the first one that we're seeing that's kind of a common matchup. Also, I don't know why Toxaboy sounds like a Pokemon to me.
Toxic Croak, there's a lot of Pokemon things. And we're on Pokemon Stadium, too. I can see why your mind has gone here. Also, Luma hasn't gotten hit yet.
Oh, that is true, and that was 0 to death, actually. For those at home, we say 0 to death when you take your opponent from 0% to death without taking any damage yourself. And that's exactly what that just happened. Can he do it again?
I would be stunning there. That's not usually how this goes. Finally, a small chip has been done here. You know, the way that you will often see Palutena use is she'll use some of her nice hitboxes to get in, try to create opportunities from there from what your reaction is. But you can see with all these traps and different projectiles here that Luma's setting up, you don't really have a great reliable way to get in there. And if the opponent knows that you're going to be jumping a lot, they have responses too.
Oh, no.
All the traps, another one down. Luma only at 41%. He's still on his first stock.
Luma is on fire right now. It just makes me wish we could have seen Luma versus Tabe with full 3 stocks on both their sides. But no, yeah, this is looking fantastic so far for Luma, and another offstage situation here. Let's try to break down what exactly is going wrong in these interactions for Toxaboy that's not letting him get a single hit, because right now it's just momentum.
Yeah, momentum here. Everything's working against you here. Maybe you see right there an opportunity to get a grab there. The berry matches out at the right time and goes straight up at the top. There again, using some of these projectiles in neutral. And you see that Luma here is just content to throw out some of these hitboxes, falling with, finally doesn't and gets punished for it as well. Desperately needs to get at least one on here, both shielding in the center of the stage.
Okay.
And now suddenly there's a chance here, a nice back air.
Toxaboy looking very good and gets the conversion. I think that meant to be a back air right there, would have killed. Able to take a stock right there with the, I think that's side B. They changed her specials in this game a little bit. But I think one thing, one thing Toxaboy started doing differently that I was going to mention he was doing wrong before. Oh, as the down smash comes through and he's dead. But what was working for him was he stopped going for high commitment moves. I think a lot of the reason Luma was able to get so much percent in that first half of the game was because Toxaboy was just going for things that weren't safe, and Luma, as an experienced player, knew, okay, why did he do that? He's open now. Oh, yeah, he missed me. Now he's gonna get a hit. And I think towards the end there, we started seeing Toxaboy clean it up a little bit and stop, reaching so far. And because of that, he was able to get more value out of the connections that he did make.
Well, and, to again harken back to where this format is different, is usually if you learn something towards the back half of your first game, you can use that in your next game to then, even it up a little bit. If you have a best of 3, let's say, where your opponent has to take 2 games off of you, you can apply some of your learnings that you got in the back half of that first game. But when you lose your first stock in just a few seconds, and I know we have some replays of the carnage there to kind of showcase exactly what Luma was able to do, but whenever you have a match like that, you can at least take a breath. You've lost your game, but you get to go at them with your new learnings. Now, everything that Toxaboy learned there, you can pass it to your teammates, but it's kind of all for naught. And you saw towards the back half of that game a much more competitive back and forth. Now you have to pass on what you've learned, and suddenly your lead is almost evaporated here. You're now 1 stock up. You did technically take one of Luma's stocks, which is a big deal. We've seen. Yeah. But now it's basically even footing.
And it's I feel like it's easy to look at that and say, oh no, all the work Tabe did was completely undid. That's not really true though, because of when they threw Tabe out there. Yeah. Technically, they needed to do that because Tabe did all the work that he did. Now they're at even footing. Because you could say the opposite, that if Tabe hadn't done that, they'd be even more lost right now.
Yeah. No, Tabe did the job that a player of that caliber and that role is supposed to do. Right? And you are assuming, as you're building your team and looking at your opponent, that Luma is going to do the same. So when you say all the work was undone, in a strict sense, yes, but it just means that both of the players did what you expected them to do anyway. We knew we were going to get to this point one way or another.
Because in the best world scenario for Hickman, their next player is able to take maybe 1 stock off Luma, and then they get to their final player. He takes the last stock, has a relatively even footing against the last player, who's probably not going to be nearly as tough as an opponent as Luma. No disrespect for that last player.
No, it's
but it's an easier job. But so yeah, like things aren't looking dire, are not looking dire for Hickman at all.
Well, interesting to note here, we just got word that Acida is coming in here, and we might see a couple of robotic operating buddies battling it out here. This may be Rob if what we've got here for Acida is correct.
Yeah. Not only that, but once again, okay, Acida sounds like the second evolution of Toxaboy. I don't know what's with this poison theme Hickman's got over here, but either way, I think the more interesting story is the double Robs that we're going to be seeing right now. Like Rock'em Sock'em Robots is going to be the matchup coming up, I think.
Yeah, it's nice here that we won't have to tell you what a new character does here, because we've at least discussed this to a certain extent. But
you know what I would love to see them do if they actually do pick Rob? I want one of them to go the red color and one to go blue, and then it really would be Rock'em Sock'em Robots. Please do it for me.
The players cannot hear us, so your request will be falling on deaf ears.
You can't see it, but I'm manifesting it. I'm channeling energy into their brains. But yeah, and another interesting thing about watching a matchup of 2 of the same characters is that it becomes less about well, this guy can do this to that guy, because they can both do the same things to each other. So at that point, it just becomes more about how they're playing, which in some sense could be a bit more interesting to commentate, because then you're talking less hypotheticals about what the characters can do and more just what is happening right now, who's doing what well, and who's kind of messing up. And we did hear the announcer say Rob twice. That was either Luma just selecting and deselecting, or that will be 2 Robs. Guess we will see right now.
fighting it out here. A couple of Robs cutting it up here. Should be noted here again from the season statistics, Acida has the second highest stock taken to stock loss ratio here on the Hickman squad.
Okay.
So to have this player here in your 4 slot here to come up against Luma, probably the best situation that they could hope for, and actually gets a couple of hits here on the start.
Yeah.
Pretty nice here, already faring much, much better here. Luma now in a scary position, fires right back here. These Robs gonna box it out until the sundown.
Yeah, and I think another thing that really helps, well, could help Hickman in this situation is, players don't really have that much experience playing against the exact same character. So since they're hoping to neutralize whatever matchup knowledge Luma has over most of the other players, because this kind of takes it back to ground zero, or like even footing.
Yeah, and speaking of even footing here, great job by Acida thus far. Again, if Acida even goes even right here, that has to be considered a win. A nice follow-up there, true at many, many percents there. The right response there.
Yeah.
And it is going to be Luma taking the first stock, but now again, at this percent, suddenly Acida can do all the same things. This is the part where you cannot let the game get away from you if you're Acida. That damage will stock up so quickly. You've got to close this out and get it back to neutral.
Yep. Yeah, and just moments like that, it seems like Luma is just really good at getting chip damage that leads to more. He'll be in disadvantage, he'll throw out a laser, Acida will get hit, and suddenly he's just continuing to get hit, like what's happening right now.
Well, and you'll see again there, Luma waited for a lot of that, waited for the roll inside, knew what was going to be coming in there, had to have been a better follow-up than that there. This is where it's starting to get a little sloppy. Not able to close it out.
Good laser right there, and there's the stock peeled off. Acida looking very good right now. And unfortunately, I wish I could say that he just needs to put a lot of damage, but now he actually kind of needs to take this stock, and he's going to lose his right there. Completely even right now would be very fantastic for Acida if he could just shut Luma down right now.
Yeah, I mean, this would, again...
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, so much damage, 40% off of just one straight opening. That's the crazy stuff. It's not even necessarily the big opening sequences that you're used to seeing. It's the other stuff. That's a double jump gone. Rotating out, flying up there, does make it back to ledge, gets launched the other way, I guess.
Luma is randomly getting a lot of hits from facing like different directions.
I mean, that's Rob in a
moonwalking on this
nutshell,
man.
follows it up. The Barry Willie close it out 3 ways, reads it, not enough. The crowd cheers, but it won't close
Still has a
out.
jump, and still has
Acida
up B.
still has life.
Ooh, that roll was very dangerous right there, but Luma not in the position to capitalize on it. He does not want to get hit by a back air right now. It happens anyway, and that's going to be Luma taking the last stock of Acida, but Acida doing a great job to put Luma down to his final stock. And I believe Hickman is moving on to just one more player left. If that one player can take a stock from Luma without losing his own, the match is completely even. The crew battle is even.
Not able to close it out. We do now have some lovely replays here to show it out. You saw how Acida closed out that stock there. But
very good.
Again, I made a comment in the middle of that game that Luma is waiting for a lot of these opportunities to come. There was one distinct moment where you saw a missed tech. And again, for those of you maybe unfamiliar with Smash Bros., if your character lands on the ground, you can input typically one of the shield buttons to have your character roll one way or just very quickly find their footing. If you miss that, we call it a missed tech, and your character is in a very vulnerable state. The opponent has all sorts of time to react to what it is you're doing. You saw that as soon as that happened, there was a switch, and this happens in all really strong players' heads. They're like, this instantly, that covers all sorts of options that the opponent can do if they get straight up, if they roll away, any of those pieces. And then you saw the damage start to stack. And then when you're on that footing, you start making very panicky options to try to work back. And when you're as strong as Luma, you've had so many scenarios where the crowd is rooting against you there, where the momentum is going against you. And you've learned how to tune all that out and simply fight with what works. And a great job again. Luma now certainly has lived up to the billing in terms of taking out, ending the runs of 3 different players here. But I will admit, I'm impressed with how close Hickman has kept this.
Yes. Oh, very much so.
I would say even if you go 1-for-1 with this last player and you go into CBC's last player in 2 versus 3 stocks at the end, yeah, that's a very competitive game there at the end. Radically different from 1 stock to 3.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. And to quickly touch back on the tech point you were talking about earlier, like it is a kind of thing that higher level players capitalize on more.
Yes.
But it's not a thing that higher level players always do correctly, because even high-level players can miss techs as well.
Sure.
And I think that makes it interesting. So it's like no matter what the level of play is, high-level players, when they're going to follow up on something, in the back of their mind, they're always planning for just in case their opponent misses a tech. Because, playing against good players, they mess up too. And he might miss this tech, and if he does, I do this. So it isn't always purely a reaction like, oh my goodness, he missed the tech, now I can do this. There's kind of always like in the back of their mind, if he misses it, I do this. If he doesn't, I do that. And that's just, the flow chart that good players always have going on in their minds that, separate them from the rest of us losers,
The rest of us losers, you say.
Losers as in losing at the game, not in real life.
True. Well, we'll see.
Jury's still out on that.
Cheers echoing across the venue, by the way. We do have 2 streams that are currently going on here, so there are always 2 matches that are happening at the same time. Of course, that match is being casted as well. All of these players are getting the opportunity to have some real footage, some real nice production behind it, which I know the kids absolutely love. Every single one of them, when they see themselves on the big screen, just goes up and takes a look right there. As soon as they win, they always take a look up. They look back at their friends. They love seeing it here. So
I remember that feeling back in the day.
It's a great feeling. And folks, we are now down to what could be the very end of this crew battle here for Hickman. They come in, and it's a Sephiroth.
Oh dear, and that is, what player is that?
I believe that's Claim. Claim is the only player that I have listed, and also is, listed right there too.
Yeah.
So
I wonder what the 0-0 is all about.
Well, we'll
It
have
claims
to
nothing.
I was going to say, hopefully that's for how many stocks intended to be lost here to Luma if you are on the side of Hickman there. But, Sephiroth, again, one of the newer characters, a character who, because of different mechanics, goes behind a lot of the really common archetypal weaknesses, to use a term you used, of sword-based characters here. Usually characters that have ways to keep you out, but maybe not get back in or fight their way through. And again, damage stacks up pretty high here as well. A lot of similarities to Cloud, funny enough, of the way that this wants to play. But you can see here some interesting hits.
Oh, no.
Not enough. That's a stock already gone. And Claim needs to find something here quickly before Luma again gets this train rolling.
Yeah, and I think another unfortunate thing about Sephiroth is that he's pretty light. He's pretty easy to kill. I believe he might have lost that stock before 100%. I'm not entirely sure. But that's one thing that Claim is really going to have to be careful about. It doesn't take too much for him to get really hit hard and knocked off the stage.
Yeah, and again, getting out of these corner situations.
Oh no, that's a spike.
Not something that most characters can do well, and Luma immediately takes that stock as well. Another stock lost before 100%. The crowd cheering one more stock here. They know they're just one away. The final stock here for Hickman. Luma going all the way in, going to go up, and Chase not able to close it down, and will take a good hit for it. But still, all the momentum here for Luma.
Yes.
This is a situation he's been in so many times. Fights through, air dodge,
Such
comes
a
down.
pivotal point for Claim. Does not get the follow-up from the down throw right there. Oh, okay, very close to bad DI there, but the back air is going to seal it anyway, and that's going to be Luma taking out the final stock of the final player of Hickman High School, and CBC is the victor.
4 players in a row went up against Luma, and
Yep.
one by one, they all fell. Congratulations here in round 1, I will note, as much as we built that up,
Yeah.
to CBC taking it over Hickman High School. And folks, we promised you off the top that Luma was the premier player in this event. And I don't know what more you need to see. Comes in, takes out the final stock of the player that had run through your crew, go through the next 2 best players, and then when the final player comes up there, no stocks lost, clean it up. Let's move on to the next round, friends. I got you.
And I think it's like you said, too, where it actually was a lot closer than one expected. I think, was it like over 100% he was able to, Claim was able to get Luma right there? I think a few good interactions, suddenly Luma's off the table.
Anything's possible.
Yep, and anything's possible. So, honestly, it was close. And people who might follow the St. Louis Smash scene, seeing Luma's name up here, they'd be like, oh, that's a wash. Luma's going to just destroy everyone. But it's a team game. Crew Battle's a team game. And Tabe and the rest of his teammates did a ton of work to actually keep this really close.
Well, and again, I'll harken back to something we said earlier. Earlier, I said when Tabe lost that very first stock right off the top, when he came in way back to take out the final stock from the first player that had come in from CBC, I said, hey, losing that stock is a huge, huge deal. And now you see why. Because imagine if Luma had lost another stock in that Aceta match there. You saw one Luma stock was able to take out 5 opponent stocks. You can do some math there. 3 times 5, 15. That's a whole crew.
Yeah.
Like, you can see what just one of the stocks from these strong players means in the grand scheme of a crew battle there. So it's great that you bring it up there. Luma absolutely lived up to the billing. but one small slip up, you lose a stock too early, we are looking at a very different crew battle.
Yeah, it's very small interactions that can make a heck of a difference. And this is kind of an odd analogy, but I think it works. Honestly, it's like you're trying to make it on time to something, and you're driving, and you have a bunch of different like traffic lights to hit. Missing like a couple seconds can mean missing one light. Because you miss that light, you probably miss the next one now, and like everything's different now. And it all just comes down to single interactions. And
that is the most adult analogy you could have pulled up. And you know what the worst part is? As soon as you said it, I was like, it is like traffic lights.
Yeah.
It is.
As someone who, I don't road rage, but as someone who gets, I harp on those, I get tilted by missing lights, I think it was like the perfect analogy for me.
It's the margins, man.
Yeah,
You,
it really
a couple
comes down to that.
stoplights here or there, you lose a second, and suddenly you're stuck at the bad red. And you all know what I'm talking about there. All of you who have to drive, there's one stoplight that when it's green, your day is that much better. When it's red, not so much. So
The bad
I
red
hope
was
that for
Luma,
those
this
of
one.
you who may be watching your kids compete here, or your kids' friends compete, you might not understand our analogies we're making in the game, but I hope that analogy landed with you at least. We're trying to connect to our entire audience here.
Meanwhile, at home, they're like, "No, I carpool. No, I take the train.
Public
Sorry,
transit, public
completely
transit."
lost on me. Yeah, public transit. But
Okay,
no,
hear me
that
out. You missed your train. No,
was- Actually,
that one might be even more.
that's a lot more punishing.
pertinent. Yeah.
That's a lot worse. That's like
That's
one stock crew battles. Or
That's
something? I
late
don't
for
know.
work, if nothing else.
Yeah, definitely that. But no, that was a fantastic set to watch. I don't know. Do you call them sets when it's crew battles? Match
Rounds. Let's call them rounds.
rounds. Okay.
Yeah, fantastic round between, again, our number one seeded team, the team that won last year, and the team that got third last year in Hickman. So absolutely lived up to the billing there. Two strong teams. And just based on who's kind of gathering around in this area, we do have two more matches that will be coming up here in round one. The Richland and Joplin matchup has finished. I do not believe I know the winner of that one yet. Or has it still finished? There are people still on the stage. I won't speak too soon, but that matchup I know was going on. Marquette versus Maplewood Richmond Heights, and then Fox Senior High School versus Blue Springs South High School will be the two matches here on the bottom half here of round number one. So some great sets there to be had too.
Okay. Yeah. That is definitely some matches to look forward to. And I think one thing that was interesting is that I think the character layout of that last set, there's a lot of like zoners, it felt like, which made it was less explosive, less fast, but still definitely interesting. I think, are we cutting to break? Is that what's happening?
We have some ad slides
gotcha.
here,
Yeah,
so we get to do one of our favorite things here, which is we get to shill. Thank you to our partners here, Boeing, Purina, Stifle, Stiefel, my apologies. I've said it a million times and I've said it wrong every time. Ballpark Village, the lovely venue that we're in today. QRM Capital, Hilton, St. Charles Automotive, and the St. Louis Cardinals. The birds on the bat, my friend.
Yes, indeed. They are the ones who are able to make today happen. And we also have some more partners here. We got Power Descent, Hunter Engineering Company, Flooring Systems Inc., Arco Construction, Watlow, powered by Possibility, Harbor Group, and Johnson Bender Asset Management. And yeah, like all these people coming together, all these brands are what allow us to run these big events. Oh, we also have Enterprise Holding Foundation, Carolyn Kendall, and Andrew C. and Barbara B. Taylor. For some reason, I thought those were like footnotes to the logos above them. But no, yeah. So they also are a huge part of making this happen. I'll let you take that one.
Oh, yeah. I mean, listen, we got a QR code right here. Boeing is a proud supporter of the 2023 Gateway Legends Tournament. Want to build a career that contributes to next-generation aerospace products and technology? Explore opportunities in St. Louis and other locations across the United States. A nice QR code right there up here on the big screen. Boeing careers right there. I feel like half my friend group is employed by Boeing, and they all speak well of it here. And thank you again, Neztek. You made a great point there at the start of, everybody coming together to make an event like this happen. Normally when we say that as we're up here on the cast, we're always throwing it to the wonderful TOs and the community and the volunteers that make it happen. And certainly plenty of volunteers and a lot of, grunt work to make this happen as well. But the sponsor list there, that is a shining group of folks that were brought together, companies that were brought together to make this happen. And I was doing a double take at some of the names on there. I'll be frank. There's a
I think the conversation of that is even more relevant today with how with how venture capital money can be kind of iffy to get. But we also have the Canadian Fighting Game Championships. Get on my level, also just called GOML acronym, happening in Toronto, Ontario, I believe that is, on July 21st to 23rd. Use the code YUR for $5 off this weekend only. So yeah, really big tournament coming up. I think, is that one always that time of the year? I think it is.
Yeah, generally it is. I thought Euro was a New York thing. I mean, listen, I'm amid. Okay, so we've been told. Oh, Max Ketchum, the TO. He's actually going to be at this event later on. A little sneak peek for those of you who maybe tune in here. Max will be here later today, commentating some of this as well. But $5 off this weekend early, and then I believe we have one other tournament here that we'd like to talk to you about. We got the Warp Zone there in the lovely Super Mario Galaxy 2 font right there. Takes me right back there. Oh. Incredible stuff there. Start.gg/WarpZone2, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Hue Draw Remix, Project Plus, Rivals of Aether at the Clarion Convention Center. Clarion is what I'm being told there. The I and the R got switched. Just trying to throw me under the bus. I get it. I get it. Love you guys too in the production booth. Joliet, Illinois, July 29th, 30th, 2023. So 2 fantastic tournaments. An opportunity for if you're in the area or want to take a flight, perhaps on a Boeing plane.
You know what's my favorite thing about this graphic right here? The cursor right above that button. Like, I just want to click it. I just want to see what happens when you go to that. That's a really good graphic design right there. Also, I think we just saw a Hue Draw Remix. Is that that's the modded Ultimate game, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Interesting.
That
Did
is.
not know. Yeah, that was the thing. But anyway, good sponsors, and as you mentioned, Boeing, definitely one of the big ones as well. Oh yeah, I want to quickly talk about one of the points earlier about sponsor. I think like in the esports scene, I think it's becoming really real to people that stuff's not always guaranteed. Like with the economy being the way it is, it's so easy for investors to back out, say, oh, never mind, I'm not going to spend money on this, I'm not going to do this. But it's nice to know that there are still some brands out there that are willing to see the potential and the engagement that can come out of all this, and are still willing to invest money in it. So thank you so much to the sponsors for being there for us in a time where things are uncertain, and it's nice to have that support.
Yeah, it's a great point you make because, again, esports is community, but esports is industry. Like, make no mistake about it here. And again, to put on a consistent product here, Gateway Legends sort of a mainstay, maybe not in the Smash Bros. Scene yet, give it time here, but Gateway Legends is a brand that is well understood in the esports scene, and it's continued to grow steadily over time. We move venues here. We grow up in this fashion. It's attached to another facet, another game, something along those lines. So, a major shout out to, Chu and all of the TOs who have worked so hard to build this one product there and make it easy to pitch, make it easy for sponsors to say, hey, look, that's reliable. That's been here for a few years now. It's got a good following. It's got a good brand. It's squeaky clean. Yeah, let's put a little bit. You get enough people putting in a little bit. Suddenly, you're in a venue like this. We got a sky roof. Come on. Come on.
Yeah, you got enough people put in a little bit, you get a whole lot of it. So, definitely good there. And I think we do see the
Yep. So it's going to be Marquette versus Maplewood Richmond Heights. I know we have Bubba Gum on one side here from Maplewood Richmond Heights. And then for Marquette, trying to take a look here, we had Matt.C. So this is interesting. Again, Marquette did get second place last year. Okay. I believe that there's a few changes here on their roster, but Shadow and Sin, I think, were the 2 players last year that really made a big impact in the crew battles that they had. And it was actually in that last event that they played against each other, it was Shadow that they used to try to bait out Luma. So that's kind of the respect that those 2 players have for each other. They then tried to follow that up with Sin, and Luma did, as Luma does here, is that it's very difficult to do. But that's, maybe gives you all at home kind of an idea of the caliber of these players here. And again, Marquette, second place last year, only losing to the team that you just saw win that last crew battle.
So what do you know about Maplewood Richmond Heights, that team? Have you seen that team much?
No, we haven't seen them as much here. Again, to go a little bit deeper into the format here, for those of you who may not have been here earlier, we started with roughly 60 teams divided in 8 regions across the state of Missouri. Those teams played 7 rounds of, I guess, what you could call the regular season. They were all seeded based on their results, and then they went into what was essentially a sudden death bracket where you worked through the playoff bracket, and if you were one of the final 8 teams at the end of it all, you got brought in here today. So this is all to say that any team that made it here at this point had to do so not only through a regular season that is very long, again, 7 weeks, that's a lot of crew battles, it's a lot of time in the game.
Oh, yeah.
But then you go into a situation where there is no room for error to make it into this top 8. You're competing against every team, everything that can be thrown at you. So a very strong team certainly to make it through. And I believe, did they compete last year? I don't see the name here, so they might not have qualified for last year. Listen, man, there's
we got everything.
Never dive in too careful, as they say, but it'll be interesting to see what they have here against a strong team in Marquette. It does look like they've got maybe a coach up there as well. Man, coaches, that's the nice part here. These kids get some mentors. Gotta love it.
Yeah. And also, I don't remember if we mentioned this, but this is double elimination, right?
Yes, so this is double elimination.
Yeah,
good. Talk about that.
The team that just lost. So we will still see Hickman still playing because they're not out of the whole tournament. They just moved on to the loser side, which means they play in a sort of a parallel bracket where all the people who've lost one round go to, and they still have a chance to win the whole thing. It's not like it's two separate brackets because the winner and loser bracket converge at the end to one final point. So Hickman still have a chance. They still are in this.
If that explanation didn't make sense, hang with us. I promise in practice it's a lot easier to understand.
Yes.
It said if you lose in the upper bracket, you go to the lower bracket. After that point, you can't lose again.
Yes.
That's when we say
True.
double elimination. If you lose in that lower bracket, you're out, you're done. So again, the teams will have to make quite a march to make it up here. But we finally got some players here. Taking a look here, we'll get to see the characters they'll be bringing into the table. We have a couple noted for them between the two. Marquette Mad.C has both a Steve and a Pitt. One of those characters, well, there we go. Well, okay, Steve and Pitt, never
Right
mind.
on.
Called it out. Called out exactly what we were going to be seeing
I don't
here.
know if you all can hear that at home, but the crowd is going nuts for the start of this next matchup. Right now we have Bubba Gum versus Matt.C. Dark Pit, I believe that is, versus regular Steve.
Yep, again, right at the top, 15 stocks apiece. And, I'll admit here, in the many characters here, admittedly do not have a ton on this specific matchup in the stores of my brain here. But what we can say is Pitt, another one of those characters, kind of oddly enough, somewhat similar to Palutena in a fashion where...
Oh, no, and a SD right there, almost looking like a button check, but not... Oh, wait, maybe? I think something might be off with controls here. Hopefully both teams are willing to reset on this here.
I was going to say, pointing to a button, they're both laughing, exchanging knowing laughs there. So
Okay, I think...
Yeah, where wrong controller setting is what we're seeing. We kind of touched on this a little bit earlier, but in case you missed it here, this is a game, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, where you can assign different buttons to different functions, essentially. And earlier you noted there, something that a lot of NES players will like to do is they'll change what their L button is so that they can use what is kind of, a staple of their combo game, of their neutral game. Make it a little bit more accessible, a little bit more repeatable here. You see that a lot with other characters as well, and what it seems to be, I didn't quite see what was changed there. If you're using that move in that position, you probably have one of your face buttons assigned to the special move when you were not expecting it to be. So.
And I think there was a little bit of a hint of that very early on because we saw him side B off the stage.
You were like, whoa, what a...
Yeah, like that was an interesting thing.
A big swing to start the game here, but thankfully they're both good sports about it.
But yeah, with what you were saying too about not seeing this matchup often, it's very odd. Pit and Dark Pit are characters that did not pick up in popularity in a way I thought they would.
No, I think that they're very... What I was going to say before we had our odd scenario there is that in a similar vein to Palutena, you sort of have these characters that maybe aren't the fastest. They're decently fast, but they're going to try to come in with an aerial and then use different moves after whatever it is you've done. Sort of. They're throwing the aerial out to see what you'll do, and then they're going to base their game off of that. So in some respects, they aren't particularly exciting to play in that fashion. But again, if you're fundamentally sound here and you kind of pick up on what your opponent's doing, they hang out in the wrong spot too long, you do have some very reliable damage builders. And typically these characters, if they excel at the top, can then work those into stocks off as well.
Yes, indeed. And another really good tool Dark Pit has in this matchup is that down B that I believe that is the reflector shield thing that can do a lot of good work in reflecting things that Minecraft Steve will throw out. The minecart being one of the most important things. We haven't seen Bubblegum try to reflect it yet. Maybe he's saving it for just the right moment. But I think if Steve hits that, he just goes the opposite direction.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I'm sure we'll see that interaction at least once. But these characters have very, very similar recoveries as well, where they both sprout some wings there, can go way, way off and come way, way back if they so choose. That position would be a very dangerous spot for a lot of characters. For Pitt, not a problem at all. both swinging there with some dash attacks, maybe getting a little happy trying to close out these stocks. Nicely placed there on that back air to close it. A great recovery on the other side as well. So, again, how do you close out stocks' Pit? The age-old question.
Yeah, I know he has some kind of setup with like a fast-falling fair. If he hits it with the first hit, his opponent is vulnerable for a smash attack. Or you could just do that. You could just keep peppering him with arrows. And Steve, not the most mobile character, especially off stage. So gonna get hit by that unless he commits his air dodge, which a lot of poor recovery characters don't want to do that.
Yeah, but just barely fighting through there. If that aerial came from a little bit higher up, might have been able to knock Steve out of it there. Now, where does Steve go? That's, I think, the second time now we have seen Bubblegum just go straight for that dash attack on the edge. Has gotten punished both times. And there we go. Third time is not the charm.
Yeah, I wonder if that's just like a, muscle memory thing or something. Like you run at someone and you just assume that your only option is just attack. But I think as you get to higher levels of play, you see people be more willing to do things out of a run than just throw an attack. Because, in Matt.C's position, what's he going to do? Shield, probably, because the Pit's running at him.
Yeah.
So maybe Bubblegum doesn't do that so much anymore.
Yeah, and it's entirely possible, too, that this is just you're trying to get that perfect dash forward, so you're holding forward, jump into the lowest possible neutral area, and it just comes out a little bit wrong.
Yes.
Certainly something that goes through here. Holding onto the stock at 164. Pit, not a character that usually goes this long.
Definitely not.
Especially against a diamond-armed Steve there as well. Gets launched way down. Are we going to see a Pit go over 200%? I never thought I would say that.
Very close to happening. Oh, he actually does, thanks to the pummel. We do see plus 200% at the last second there. The up throw, not frequently a killing move for Steve, but when the percent is that high, it's going to kill.
Yep, these two have fought it out here much longer than some of the other matches that we saw in our previous crew battle. Stocks were flying off left and right. Instead, a little bit more measured. A nice reverse aerial rush back air there to close it out. So often when you know an opponent like Steve that's not super mobile is going to jump, they're going basically up.
Yes.
Not a lot going the other way. Closing out there very nicely. Had a similar position there to apply more damage. Now has to be very careful so as not to get punished.
Yeah, and I think the Steve has not been able to do a lot of Steve's things in this match because Bubblegum has just been very mobile. He's been moving around a lot, and Steve likes to set up shop. He likes to try and control space, but Pit can get around easily. He's going to be just fine. The lag is huge on that, but again, his up B goes so far. Weird interaction there.
More damage going through there again. Now the Steve's starting to get a little roll. Whoa, where are you going? Where are you going? Going all the way over. The patience there from Bubblegum to not throw another. And
exactly.
narrowly Matt.C going underneath.
Yep, still a decent opportunity for Matt.C to get some kind of stock take off of this. Bubblegum's playing very patient, though. He knows that he has a pretty good lead right now. It doesn't have to do anything too crazy. He was feeling himself a bit much there, though. Oh, the up smash. Very vulnerable position for Minecraft Steve, and I'm pretty sure he could have lived right there with a little bit better DI potentially. That's going to be the Dark Pit taking it, I believe. Oh, Bubblegum taking it with only losing one stock, I believe. Fortunately for him, was able to figure out those button issues early on because would have been a bit harder for him to do that.
Yeah, and again, it's just a very basic concept that we sort of talked about partway through where you have a character like Minecraft Steve who frankly does not play the game the way that we all do. It's a character that is designed to break the game and does so quite efficiently, but you saw a lot of situations where the Steve would either jump up or throw a hitbox up and doesn't have a ton of mobility left and right. So if you have a character like Pit who can quickly rise up or come down from above with all of that aerial, I won't even say mobility as much as it's just options. A lot of characters, I noted earlier, you jump once and you get one double jump and you're kind of stuck drifting one way or the other at that point. Pit, multiple jumps, does not have to worry about that. So if the opponent is going to be trying to attacking you from below or try to jump up to catch you, you can time one of those jumps properly, come down with one of those long-lasting aerial attacks, stack up some damage. That's how we saw that very last stock get taken. But really, even earlier than that, you really saw it started to figure things out there with that Pit.
Yeah, stacking up damage is kind of the name of the game for Pit. He has a lot of slow, like not slow, but like low damage dealing moves that just kind of string into each other. And you mentioned the multiple jumps and he has I don't even call it a sword, but he's got a disjointed weapon. He can control space in the air very well. He can do a lot of juggling. And like you mentioned, it's hard for Steve to just get back to ground to deal with that. But we do have our next player lined up. I believe it is Cynical, or goes by Sin. So yeah, we will see what character.
This should be a fun one. Young Link was what Sin was bringing out last time. And you talk about a character that is you better. We said the pit was being very patient, right?
Yeah.
We'll see how patient you are against a character like
Yeah.
Young Link. This is an incredibly squirrely character who can pull out all kinds of different projectiles, has lots of ways to follow up on those projectiles as well. A lot of quick hitting moves as well from the ground, but it's. I will admit this is a little odd to bring Sin out against a character like Pit, I think, who has a lot of similar tools. Certainly, of course, you all saw what those arrows are capable of doing, capable of taking stocks if you're far enough off the side of the stage. But maybe this is a situation like we saw earlier where Tabe came out early to try and get the team a lead, take care of a problem character who went through the first of your teammates very quickly. Maybe it's something along those lines. They still have their sword-wielding demon who is waiting in the wings in Shadow, so they have some options left. But this is an interesting choice here. The coach goes up there, give a pat on the back, high five there. So
You got this.
the games begin, my friend. The games now begin.
And I think Young Link is another one of those characters who, similar to Pit, just did not really explode in popularity. Well, okay, to be fair, Young Link was very popular at the start of the game, but I just don't see many Young Links anymore. And I don't know what it is about the character that makes people, not want to play him, but the way you described him, he just sounds fun as heck, very squirrely, like throws a lot of things. And I think my best guess is that it's his difficulty in dealing the killing blow that maybe makes people shy away from him. I think he's one of those kind of characters where if you were to graph the ease of killing against the player's skill level, it stays very low and then jumps up when you get a high level.
Yeah.
Because good players like Young Link are not going to have trouble killing.
No, it's like closing the deal, right? I mean, you could write a book about stocks I almost took.
Yeah.
Right, and how frustrating that is, and certainly in a situation like a crew battle where every stock means so much.
Yep.
We'll see here if Sin is able to go on a similar run to last year, or if the Dark Pit here of Bubba Gum is going to be able to ward off this quick projectile throwing demon here wielding a Deku Shield. You can already see 5% being tacked on there. A little bit faster than your arrows there, Pit.
Yep. And we talked about incremental damage when it came to Dark Pit, but Young Link very similar as well, because as we see, he's not going to want to get in close. He just wants to, run away and throw things. Has a lot of projectiles, and if you get too close without pressing a button, you get hit by a B.
Well, and a great interaction there that I just want to highlight there. Pit did what is called a spot dodge again in Smash Brothers, where you have just a tiny bit of invulnerability standing on the ground there. But if you have a long-lasting move, that can get sniffed out. And a lot of times, Young Links will wait until you're up in the air and wait for what you're doing on the way down. And I didn't think we'd see 2-0 to deaths in one day. No percent finally getting taken off there, but a lot being returned in favor.
I did not notice that was a 0 to death right there.
So different in terms of a 0 to death there, too. Took a lot longer.
Exactly.
68%. Okay, finally a little bit more damage here.
Yeah.
Sin coming in with a vengeance.
Yeah, it's a lot of momentum, and I think what we saw at the end of that previous stock from Bubblegum is that it feels like Cynical is also just really on top of knowing where his opponent's going to be. He was thinking several moves ahead into how he was going to get that up smash, and the F smash comes through, almost able to seal the deal right there.
You still got to land. You still got to land.
Not letting him breathe. Cynical almost completely undoing the work of that previous game, as it's about to be completely even if he's able to take this stock right here.
The platforms coming in is a nice aid there to Pit.
Ooh.
You can see, again, they're baiting out the air dodge, but too much damage
Oh
not
my
following
goodness.
through. Everything covered. Absolutely everything covered.
Yeah, so that was one of the situations where it might have been hard to notice what exactly was happening at the end there, that last interaction, but there wasn't really much the Dark Pit could do. He had to air dodge to not get hit by the forward air, or sorry, the up air, and it put him right in the position to get grabbed by Young Link's hook shot and then forward thrown off the stage. So, yeah, very clean play from Sin there. That he was playing like someone who just got off of like an hour of friendlies. So
Yeah, very, very sharp. There is some friendly stations over there. We can confirm these players are coming in hot. But
yeah, like there was like no really any missed like conversions right there. Just opportunities taken quite perfectly. And here's that moment right here. So he's gonna get hit by something. Has to
Arrow.
dodge the up air. The only thing that would have, I think, put him in a safer situation is to air dodge in towards Young Link. Because with the momentum Young Link had moving forward, it would have been harder for him to turn around and hit him. But in this situation, it's hard to think about that.
Well, and it's also so difficult because if you air dodge in and Sin doesn't go all the way to the left, that up air hitbox lasts long enough that it maybe catches you and you're done that way. So when we say no conversions missed and we say everything was covered there and why we got so excited there, it's because when you have a mastery of your character, right, there are extensions of combos, we could say. We talked earlier about moves that combo and comboing moves. There are sequences where you can put an opponent in position where they have to use a defensive option, be it swinging back at you, be it jumping away, being it air dodging away. They have to do something or they're just going to get hit again. The next level of beyond combos that always work is what you could call a 50-50 or covering all the options, where you go and attack the opponent, they have to then respond, and you're already ready for all of their responses, or at least the most common responses. And you still have to execute it there, but that's why we're so happy when we see, again, hitting all your conversions, because that's what it looks like and closes it out.
I think having high mastery of a character is knowing not just the combos that are true, but knowing in any given moment when you hit something, there is like a tier of what is the most likely next thing for your opponent to do based on what they've been doing all match, based on what you think their perceived skill level is. And it gets to this point where they do things where it looks like it was all calculated or it was like a true combo, but it was, no, they're just operating off of, I guess, statistics. It's not like players are sitting down with a calculator, he is 60% likely to air dodge. Like, it's kind of intuition.
Yeah, no, it is. No, I think that, you saying statistics is right, because you are talking about what the most likely response is. And it's, again, something that is ingrained in them from time and time and time again, because there's like 600 characters in this game. Not many, but it feels like at that time. And they all have different responses in every single one of those scenarios. So you start to build a very fundamental understanding of what those options are. And it's why you see some players at the highest level who are able to do it with lots of different characters. It's because they understand that there is a sort of limiting scale of what those defense options are for all characters. And if there's one that really breaks that, you're probably aware of it. You probably have a pretty good idea of characters that break that mold. And so it's stunning how quickly they can internalize in the moment, though, because you can't get all of this through practice. A lot of it is, I don't want to say improv, but you do have to kind of invent it as you go along.
Like, how often were either of those two players going to practice that exact interaction right there?
Probably never.
Yeah, exactly. You can't just sit down and say, hey, hit me with this, I'm going to air dodge, and then let's just like lab some stuff out. I mean, maybe top level players do that at the highest level. I don't know. That could be what separates us from them.
Yeah, it could be. But
yeah, another quick thing I wanted to mention on that point too was that it's interesting because it's not only the player who has to think about that stuff, but the person getting hit by it too, because you have to think about what is the least likely thing I would do here, because I should do that because my opponent is less likely to be covering that. So next up, we have an interesting player tag here.
Colon backslash that we're just going to be called slash, I am told here.
Yeah.
Hopping in here to try to, again, tangle with an absolute monster here of a young Link who, we talked about patience and how scary it is. Young Link is also a character that that sort of forces you, I guess, to kind of build on a concept we talked about earlier, forces you to always have defensive options. Can we show that on screen? I do not know, but it's been shown on screen regardless.
Oh, I looked away.
A character that's always forcing you to come up with a defensive option. So it's always putting you in that situation over and over. Now, what I will say is that there are characters fast enough to get past that, get through that fortress, as you called it earlier for Mega Man. This may be more of a turret, if you will, a more mobile turret that is able to put it out here. But Fox, man, this is a character that can stack it on you quick, put you in bad situations. Fox's mobility, some of the best in the entire series. You don't have a lot of room to breathe in your own defensive options now if you get launched into them.
I think Fox might be one of the top 5 most polarizing characters in this game, just because, like you mentioned, he can deal so much damage in such a small amount of time, but a sneeze will kill him sub 50. So we will see if that plays out here. I think that's another thing that makes Fox not a very popular character online, at least, because you have to be very precise with your inputs, or you just die for nothing. And we'll see what happens here.
Well, this is a lot of damage that's being put on. 71% already and counting, now up to 87. You're going to see Fox try to come in with a lot of, these options there that are going to, again, stack Young Link up into positions kind of like that. Maybe not the best hit of that to illustrate it.
Drops his shield.
Oh, and Fox goes down so early, as you noted there with the very last hit. That up smash, one of the stronger moves that Young Link has, but certainly doesn't get rid of most characters that quick. And now suddenly, with more damage starting to stack in, we haven't seen any of the openers that we're used to seeing from Fox. Even they're not able to close it, and the boomerang breaks it.
Yes, indeed, yeah. Like, it is basically what's happening right now is really not doing justice to what we were saying that Fox can do, because, normally he can get a hit, and he just keeps hitting. But Sin is making it really hard for him to get anything going here.
Yeah, there comes a point where you sort of have to pick a zone where you can immediately dash forward and clear out Young Link if an opportunity comes. But you see right now that Cynical, we called it a mobile turret earlier, is continually moving where that zone is, where you want to be out of the range of projectiles, but close enough that you can then stack up punishing if an unsafe move comes out. But when Cynical's moving this much, that zone is always moving and you can't get in it.
Ooh, just barely gets away from that hook shot right there. We just saw a little bit ago, Slash was able to apply a decent bit of ledge pressure. I think another thing that Fox is really good at is keeping you on the ledge and making it hard for you to get back to center stage, but it's just you have to be really on point with your decisions made, and Slash wasn't able to keep him there long enough.
Oh, and I think you saw Sin dash back there, getting a little bit wise to these side Bs that are coming out here from Slash. And now Slash has to be careful there. The perfect defensive option and a nice jab to then force away would be huge to get one of these stocks, even one of them, given how this game has gone thus far. Dashed away, but lands too fast.
Still gets the up smash anyway, and not a single stock lost by Sin. He 3 stocks the Fox right there, and that's going to be Sin feeling himself. Probably keeping that Spotify album on repeat right now because it is working wonders for him.
3 stocks, 3 up smashes.
Yes.
Cleared out the same
it's
way
so funny.
each time.
It's funny because I was going to mention that Fox was probably looking for an up smash because we know that is like the kill move that Fox usually gets the most, but instead we don't see a single up smash from him and all up smashes coming from Young Link's direction. So, yeah, look at that right there.
Yeah, well, and I think that's another, like, that little microcosm there I think we can kind of hone in on because, again, it's these scenarios where, you know, the Fox is up in the air and has to come down at some point. Do you land directly where you are straight down, or do you try to kind of drift towards the opponent and make an attack? And the answer to that is you don't really get to choose because wherever Sin moves suddenly changes what that is. You see Sin dash back a little bit, you think, okay, maybe a projectile's coming out so I can, you know, safely, like, immediately come down to the ground and get my footing, all for Sin to just dash back and throw out that long-ranging up smash that, again, if you try to air dodge into the ground, it's going to catch that. If you land shield and drop your shield too early, it's going to do that. And if you throw out an aerial, it's going to beat that too. But this is all created because Sin didn't exactly let you know where was right to land.
Yeah, he did that against Bubblegum too earlier as well.
Yeah.
He had a moment where he was throwing things, backed up, and then was like, "You want to land there?" Runs forward and up smashes. And yeah, it's again one of those things that just comes with playing a lot. And it's not like he sits there and is like literally thinking in his mind he's going to land it, but it's just things you feel. You feel that out, and you know what's going to happen. And it is hard to know what to do as Fox in that scenario.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios where you just don't have a right answer.
Yeah.
And the opponent always has something that they can say, an argument they can make for whatever it is you bring up. But enough about that match. We have Basil Time, who is up currently. I think this is actually the second player that I've seen with Time in their name. I know Time Master, a player for CBC. So Basil Time here up. Lovely thing to spruce up any dish, gotta say. A couple of very delicious herbs.
It's so funny you
here.
say that because I just have recently started appreciating basil in certain meals that I've been making as a little garnish on the top. I used to not like it, but it's definitely really delicious. So I'm happy it's Basil Time.
Well, let's hope here, if you are on the side of Maplewood Richmond Heights, that you too are happy to see Basil Time up there right now to fight it out here. Again, Sin darn near flawless in that last game. I think was up to 100% at the end. So really, you look at that, taking 30 damage a stock. That's really not a whole lot of damage being done either way. I heard Corrin be picked right there, so
also,
Corrin.
does Basil Time go by a different name? I'm not seeing Basil Time on the sheet actually.
We'll go by what's on the tag, I suppose, as we
Let's
see it
just
up
go with
there.
that.
Because there's no stocks to be lost, this game is going to start almost immediately here, and the action has already started. Taking a look right here, Corrin, you know, another character who a few years ago we were talking about very differently. Another one of these sword characters who have, you know, some of the trappings of the other sword characters, but, you know, has a few good tools, some nice reversal tools that you can use if the opponent is running forward to try to attack you in another fashion. And already stacking up the damage a little bit better than some of the teammates.
So it was less explosive because the percents are low, but Basil Time just did a similar thing. Oh, and the
double jump gone!
Not even able to finish my point because Young Link just loses the stock right there.
Well, I guess maybe one point that I made earlier about a character who can reverse a lot of unusual situations right there.
Yeah.
That double jump was gone because I guarantee you Sin had no thought anywhere in the mind that that pin was going to be able to hit from there. When you lose your double jump, you don't get it back if you go off stage.
Yep.
Young Link not able to recover, and that's one of the reasons why you'd pick Corrin, but Corrin's recovery not the best herself.
Yeah, definitely not. And again, it's another one of those recoveries that like it covers good distance and it has a hitbox, but it's linear. And so in certain situations, Basal Time is actually very vulnerable. Okay, a lot of rolling around right now. Relatively close percent and stocks. So for the first time in a while, we are seeing this crew battle being quite even.
Yep, again, that pin, not only is it the attack there, you then get to launch yourself one way on the other side. The one thing I will say about that is at this percent, it's going to launch Young Link too far away to get any real follow-up off of. So it's almost certainly just going to be used as a get off my back tool, or maybe a kill option there. You see sitting at pin range.
Oh, I love the thought by Basal Time right there. And up smash just barely going to kill right there.
Love the thought from Basal Time. Love the response even more there from Sin. Holding straight down, and Young Link is a character that falls very fast, can regain footing very quickly as well. And now Sin on the verge of taking out another character, still going to hold on to that. That's a double jump gone. Will you be able to recover just barely?
Yes, and those are one of those situations where an air dodge was vital to the recovery there. In some matchups, probably going to lose stock for it, but he does lose the stock right there through Basal Times. I think that was the Nair, some aerial from Corrin hitting quite powerfully right there.
Yep, and I think we see now why Basal Time was saved this long. Certainly looking great against a dominant character, although Sin is maybe giving up a little bit too much there, trying that up B very, very quickly in order to catch them coming through. Not going to be enough there. Not a major follow-up off of that either. And now suddenly it's Basal Time who's getting a little pin happy here. These players sensing the gravity of the moment and making some uncommon decisions.
Oh, empty hop right there, baiting out the air dodge. Going to get a down tilt to an up air, I think that was, as Basal Time having to slow things down. They're not quite sure what to do to reverse this momentum, and Young Link getting dangerously close to getting a kill here.
Yep, and this would be huge. You bought Basal Time in to get rid of this monster of Sin. Not able to hold far enough away, and once again, Sin will hold serve. Fist bumps exchanged here, some words exchanged afterward as well.
Yeah, but Basal Time doing what not many other players have been able to do so far, taking 2 stocks off of Sin. So great work to that player. Going to hand off the baton to their teammate, and we'll see if the next one can peel off this last stock of Sin, who's probably, as we saw from all those up Bs right there, probably getting a little taxed, getting a little mentally taxed here, and getting exhausted from all the hard work.
Yeah, well, now you have a moment here to recover here as we have Wallflower coming in. We'll see what character she ends up playing here as we move into it. Again, for those of you just joining us, again, 5 players, 15 stocks that they have gone through. Any way you want to slice it up here. Sin has absolutely been dominating this crew battle thus far. Still has another stock to work with to keep it going, and I believe now there's, what, only 2 players left here on this Maplewood Richmond Heights roster?
Yes, I believe so. And I think earlier during that last match, I mentioned that it was like the most even we had seen in a while. Obviously, I meant in terms of like stocks and percent.
Sure.
Because if you looked at the actual crew battle score, it was not quite that even. But I think we are still waiting to see the power. Who would you say is the heavy hitter on this Maplewood Richmond Heights team? Do we know?
I think it might have been Basal Time.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so things are probably looking kind of tough right now for Maplewood Richmond Heights, but obviously still 2 players left, so still some more they can pull off here.
Yep, and I mean, even if you do have a, kind of a monster waiting in the wings, you almost certainly would bring them in now. Like, again, we saw Luma come out, what, number 4 there from CBC, so at a certain point, you can't let the crew battle get far enough away from you. You can't put it all on your last player. You sort of have to send them in a little earlier. So.
And I think an important thing for Wallflower to think about here is, yes, things are looking dire, but she doesn't have to press the issue too hard in this game here because Sin's sitting on 1 stock. And no matter how much damage Wallflower takes here, as long as she can peel off that 1 stock, she resets back to 0% for the next
one.
And can keep things like even back up. Obviously, she's allowed to lose some stocks too, but wants to just take the stock first, ideally.
Yeah, sir. I mean, I think, if you go 1 for 1 with a player like Sin, obviously you'd like to hold it on. But if you go even with a player who is kind of run through your crew, that's not too shabby here, and I think that's the mentality you have to go. You almost look as though you have 2 stocks to work with here. You have 1 full stock to get them to, you know, a decent percent, and then as long as you don't lose the second stock, you still get basically the duration of 2 full stocks to work with.
Yep. That is true indeed. And oh, we got Zelda coming out right now. Okay.
Couple Zeldas cutting it up right here. We got a Zelda and Young Link. It's
Oh, wait, true.
yeah, there it is. Almost as if Tears of the Kingdom just released. That's all I've been doing.
This is a
recently.
promotional matchup right here.
Yeah, for not that The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom needed any promotional help there. This
True
little
that.
indie title that you maybe heard of, but no, Zelda, another character that I think got a lot of love in the early days of Ultimate, and
Oh, yeah.
Zelda is one of those characters I feel like she will always have her strongest soldiers fighting for
Yeah.
her out there on the field. Zelda mains are a different breed.
Yeah, Zelda got a really good makeover coming into this game because I feel like Zelda's been around for so long, but she has never been a fun character, at least in my opinion. Like, she's never been that popular. Her playstyle has just never been that flashy, but I think Zelda is she's finally carved out a niche for herself while also being fun to play and relatively fun to watch. Not fun to play against, I will say.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can again see right here, we talked about it way earlier here with some of these characters whose up and down mobility is pretty good, but left and right, they're not as quick.
Yeah.
How very dangerous it can be to be above an opposing character, especially one like a Young Link here. 109 on Wallflower has stacked up some pretty good damage here, so we said earlier about 2 stocks for 1, maybe being okay there, and I don't think Cynical had any response, had any idea where that was going. Are you serious?
Fantastic right there. Wallflower keeping her composure in a situation where it was very obvious that Cynical was setting something up.
Yeah, that was, we were holding our breath there because we thought that Wallflower was about to lose
like,
a stock in a horrible situation there. Again, whenever your character falls down, you have to typically choose a very slow and very vulnerable option, rolling left or right, getting straight up there. And most characters don't have an option out of that scenario that if they find their footing will immediately punish you in the harshest of ways. Young Link was not that high in terms of damage there, but Zelda's Furor's win, folks, tosses you up, finishes the job up at the top of the stage.
And I love the way that ended too, because just before that I had been mentioning how Zelda, I've been considered pretty flashy now in this game. That is one of the things that I'm thinking of when I think of Zelda being flashy. I love kills with up B into the top hitbox like that, because it's just it's so hard to deal with. I think it can be DI'd out of normally, and for those of you who don't understand DI, basically when you get hit by something, you have a window of time where you can affect your trajectory by holding left or right. If you know the up B is coming, you see the animation happening, you hold left or right. You know, Zelda doesn't really pop up right where you are, but if it catches you off guard like that and you didn't move left or right, boom, you're right there to get hit for the second part of that, and that's what happened to Cynical there.
Yeah, and you know, in typical combat, you're not going to be holding the optimal direction. There are situations where you will survive that exact interaction by sheer luck. You were holding away because you were trying to drift away for your aerial, and then it just happens to catch you. Not the case there. And we were talking so much about a 2-for-1 scenario there. To go ahead and get rid of Sin that quickly, still have all of your stocks. You make a little run here, you slowly ease your way back into this crew battle. Still a lot of game left to be played. Now, we do have coming in here from Marquette Potat, who I have listed as a Kirby player. We'll see if that is the case. They also, later on, do have a Jigglypuff player as well, and then Shadow, their sword wielder, waiting in the wings as well. So a couple of floaty characters here, a couple of little pink puff balls that you'll have to try and fight your way through here. And that's going to be interesting for Zelda. Zelda got some big, beefy hitboxes that can take players out clearly very early here, but you're almost going to have to stray hit your way through some of these, and I'll be interested to see what responses Zelda has for that.
Yeah, I think Zelda is also one of those kind of characters where, you know, she's taller. The way her, character's body's built, her hitboxes tend to trend vertical, I think. And a short, small character like Kirby is going to be kind of hard to hit in just a neutral setting.
Her forward air and back air, some of those big hits, again, are going to be very difficult to put low enough there to get the sweet spot, which is what you need. Again, these players are going to be able to fight right in. I will say Phantom will be something that the Kirby is going to have some answers for.
Yes.
And a little Nehru's Love to close it out there as well. 40% and counting and going for more.
Would be so cool if Kirby could inhale Phantom. That would be unreal. Okay, really good hits coming through right there. And hopefully we'll get to see a decent bit of what Kirby's able to do. Probably will with the amount of stocks he has to work with. But Kirby also a very interesting character. Plays like a combo and rushdown character, but doesn't really have the speed to get in and do what he wants to do. not really an easy word for that kind of archetype, but yeah, he's a
No.
character that wants to get in but just can't.
Well, yeah, and you see right there, and you're going to see a lot of this as well, Potat kind of just jumping, hovering around almost head height of these characters. One of the most common options to get out of your shield in this game is exactly as you see there, a jump. If you're playing a taller character, it means that the Kirby is going to be able to sit even higher and throw the aerial out there, closing out there with an awkward interaction, but that's one less stock now here for Wallflower.
I don't think I've seen Kirby Nair kill in years. I mean,
Since Smash
granted,
64.
yeah, granted. Back when it was just the kick that comes out. Okay, the up air. Wow, surprised that didn't do it. Almost killed Kirby below 100%. Kirby not fast. Never mind. I was gonna say not fast enough to capitalize on that, but it actually is.
Yeah, you bring up a good thought about, again, how Kirby, plays like a character who can rush things down a lot, but has a lot of deceptively good hitboxes. That's a trade you'll take every day of the week.
Definitely a solid trade going through right there. Both characters dying at the same time. Okay, so we see Wallflower able to get some hits with up tilt, only because Kirby was right above her. Normally, I don't think you see that connecting on Kirby.
No, you don't. Oh, that shield dangerously low, but you're fine to, again, throw your aerial out of it as well. I will say one thing to Kirby's note here, because of his deceptively good ground mobility, you're sometimes tempted to, again, swing at his shield and try to bait out his aerial, but sometimes he can run forward and then throw his aerial out. It's very deceptive and, again, tricky to play against if you're not familiar with the speeds.
Yep. So I think Wallflower might have to be a bit careful about these up Bs she's throwing out. I think Potate is getting to the point where he's like, okay, she's doing that a lot. Let me stand at a distance that she might teleport to, and I'm going to punish her for it. Oh, and instead just lets her drift to the center of the stage, gets an F smash. Kirby, F smash, one of those really deceptive moves because he kind of pulls back in the windup animation for it, and his range is always greater than you think it is to get hit by that.
Always a little bit greater. And, that's, again, to kind of go back to the concepts we were talking about earlier of how you get out of a bad situation. What's your defensive option? Do you swing at the opponent? How do you attack? How do you move through? How do you work through? It's, again, a situation where against a bigger character, maybe falling with that forward air catches them. But because Kirby pulls back, and as we said at the very start, Kirby very small, sometimes swinging at the opponent there in that situation is, I won't say almost never good, because clearly everything can work, but it just makes the margin that much thinner.
Yeah.
And if you're in a situation where you're just like, get off of me, like you're hitting me in so many ways, you just want to hit them away, and oftentimes that's what your opponent is looking for.
Yeah, they're looking for that, get off me option. It's
the committal get off me option.
Yeah, I think Cloud's another character who kind of does that too. Cloud, I think up B out of shield is a thing that comes up a lot, and oftentimes if you see that enough, you just say, okay, let me wait for him to up B out of shield, and then he's punishable. So yeah, we got, I believe, not sure who the next player is coming up, but I believe this is the last player for Maplewood Richmond Heights.
Yep.
So this is do or die time. This player must take out, I believe, three. I think there's three opponents.
A lot.
They have to take out here. So
a Luma-esque run this would need to be.
Yes, this would have to be an unreal performance. One thing I will say that's been great about watching Maplewood Richmond Heights player play so far is these games have never looking at the score. It's kind of surprising that it's that big of a gap based on how well they've all been playing.
Yeah, I would agree. It's kind of those 2-for-1 stock scenarios where, in the game itself, it doesn't appear that they're being totally outpaced, but incrementally, it comes to the lead that you're seeing.
Because we've seen a lot of really cool things from a lot of these players and the characters they've been playing. It's just cynical on the Young Link. Made a lot of those 2-for-1 trades, like you were saying.
Well, and it's so hard to have an answer for a character like Young Link, too, because things can spiral and get out of control so quickly off of things that you just don't think should be really, really damaging situations. Like you got hit with a bomb against a lot of characters. You think, oh, the projectile hit me, I'll take my 6 damage and I'll live to fight another day. But
and I think
not the case.
I think the worst thing too is that and not the worst thing, but with a character like Young Link, you would hope that their execution's not on point. Sin's execution's been on point.
Yeah, absolutely the whole time.
And now it seems like Sergeant 7, they will be the final player to represent Maplewood Richmond Heights. All on their shoulders, no pressure.
Yeah, no pressure at all. I think we heard a chant, and okay, timeout. We had Zelda versus Young Link, and now we get Kirby versus King
Is there a new
DDD.
Kirby game coming out?
Well, you heard it here first, folks. I think I saw K. Rool dittos on the other screen, too.
I did see that, too, and cringed and looked away.
We're making it up as we go along, folks. In any case, Sergeant 7, they will need to make the run of a lifetime here, and with that smug look on King DDD's face,
King Dedede, another character who I believe kind of blew up in popularity coming into this game. I'm not really sure why. I don't think he changes that much. But he's a very goofy character. A lot of meme potential, if you will.
Yep. Another character, oof, you know, Kirby looking like got the answers right now. Would make sense canonically here, but you're going to see a lot of this Gordo toss right here. And I would not be surprised if Sergeant 7 opts to stay right over here and continues to do it. But you've seen here great patience from Potat, who is running forward and throwing out, again, another kind of odd pullback on the start of that forward air. To catch King Dedede, 2 or 3 of those, you're going to get up into 30-40%. And I will say King Dedede, a very bulky character, but right now playing around all of the options almost perfectly.
And I think another interesting thing, when it comes to playing against Dedede, you have to be aware of what moves you have that can hit back Gordo. And it looks like Potat is honestly opting to just either run away from or just inhale the Gordo.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but Kirby's neutral B actually sort of changed the dynamic of what this matchup looks like.
Yeah, it really did, because now Potat has a really good way of dealing with these Gordos coming that Sergeant 7 is going to be throwing out. And Gordo is like a very defining tool for King Dedede. Not many characters have like a single tool that pretty much define 80% of their matchups, but that's kind of it for King Dedede.
Well, and apparently the Kirby as well. Suck it up and put it right back there, tossing it again. But it's true, you know, the Gordo aids with the recovery. It's a tool in neutral. You toss it out when the opponent's far away.
No.
And yeah, hands going up there from Sergeant 7. I don't blame you. I also thought that was going to recover, but sometimes if you're getting launched so far away, your momentum will carry you even through your jump if you don't have a move that can immediately toss you against the momentum.
Exactly. They're going to hit right there, and that's going to be Potat. Ooh, okay.
Get up.
To make it back. Okay, good. Have to expect an experienced King Dedede player knows how to use that up B. There are some situations where if you don't, you know, order your buttons correctly, King Dedede will just go straight back down to the ground, missing the ledge. So Sergeant 7, obviously no stranger to playing this character.
No, clearly not. That's one of the beauties of the crew battle here is you get to see people play their full-on mains. Another missed tech and some decent damage coming on top here.
Okay.
165 from the Kirby here. All the floaties living until the later percents this time. And again, the forward air out of shields. This is looking dangerous here for Sergeant 7. Desperately needs to not lose any more stocks here. I know it seems redundant to say, but these are the last 2 stocks for the entire crew.
Yeah, and Potat is really, you know, being patient with these punishes right here, because Sergeant 7 is doing some laggy things, and Potat's kind of taking his time punishing. It's just hard when you're such a big character like King Dedede to get out of these situations, and there goes the second stock for Sergeant 7 right there. One more to hold on to. Can they make the turnaround that their team desperately needs? And then up tilt's going to do it. One more stock, I mean a reset of momentum for Sergeant 7, which would be necessary to closing this 8-2 deficit right now.
Again, coming in with that. A nice air dodge this time to not eat the follow-up there. Kirby drifting off because King Dedede is too big.
Yeah.
There actually maybe a missed punish opportunity simply because of that odd interaction. But this is what I want to see right now, right? When King Dedede is jumping up, you see that Potat with the Kirby is running forward and taking that space for free and getting punishes off of it there because of understanding. Have to be a little bit more, I would say, deceptive of when you're going up for those jumps. I like that. Instead of jumping up, let's go, let's get you a grab, let's go ahead and do a little damage, let's stack a little more damage.
Here. Capitalizing on the fact that Kirby is pretty slow in the air, and King Dedede has a fantastic juggling tool in that up air. If they can keep Kirby above them, they could keep doing that. Yeah, obviously we'd have to watch out for the Kirby down B, though.
Obviously, and there they go. This is finally an opportunity.
Just a couple inches away from making that connect. Not a bad thought by Sergeant 7 at all. Oh, the Stars doing enough to keep them safe, in that forward air to F smash misses once again.
Yep, King Dedede, a heavy character, is probably going to be able to eat a couple more of these good hits unless it's a smash attack right at the ledge. So a couple opportunities to play with here, but you've got to be careful. You're not going to get that many. 115, starting to get a little more dangerous. Kirby back towards center stage, not wanting to mess with the Gordos at all.
The patience by both of these players is so commendable right now, especially in a high-press situation like this. On Potat's end thinking, maybe just want to close this out, but Sergeant 7 thinking, I can't let go of this. Oh no, and the 2-frame of the down smash is going to be Marquette High School taking the win without even having to send their 2 final players. That's going to be Potat sealing the deal for the team.
Nicely timed, nicely done there, and in the battle of Kirby versus King Dedede, perhaps we shouldn't be too surprised that it is Kirby who takes it up. And
Hero wins out.
again,
Hero.
another even match between the two players. We said it earlier here, with the exception of, maybe one of the Sin matches where things just got way out of hand way too quickly. These have been situations where one of the players is winning with high percentage, right? They take 2 stocks, but they take 1 stock and 9/10 of another stock.
Yeah.
But you do that over and over and over again. The 1 becomes the 2, the 3, the 6, the 4, the 8. You all know how
A little
math
bit of
works.
math rounding up here.
If you keep multiplying over and over there, the gap gets bigger. Maybe not proportionally, but we have fixed numbers here. We're not working in algorithms at this point. So
Thank goodness.
yeah, thank goodness. But
but the way this bracket shakes out, though, I think in the next round that will be Marquette playing up against CBC. I think.
no, so we're on the bottom side of the bracket here.
Oh, I
So
see, yes.
Marquette will be playing the winner of Fox and Blue Springs South high schools, and that is happening on the other setup currently there. So that matchup will be the winner of this, and the winner of the Richland versus Joplin High School matches will play up against CBC.
Okay. Yes, and remember, as a reminder, this is double elimination, so we will still see more of Maplewood. They will still get some chances to make a comeback and make some good performances. But, wow, yeah, that was a heck of a 2 sets that we saw.
Yeah, great stuff there. The Blue Bloods, as it were, the top 2 seeds marching through. Some stiff competition that they have seen. The other schools there that maybe don't have some of the pre-established monsters are slowly building up their rosters here. You're starting to see more and more, which is what this is all about. Any school can sort of luck into one really, really strong player, but it takes a while to build a village of good players here, and that's what's been so exciting to see over the course of all of these state championships.
Yes, indeed, and I think a variety of characters has also been great to see as well.
Absolutely.
It's always nice to see a lot of different characters on screen, so you can learn more about what they do, see how they're playing at a higher level. For those of you at home, if you want to, try out some of the cool things you've seen the players on screen do today, always some learning to do in that regard.
Always is. I believe
indeed.
we've got another ad read that we're going to do for you all here, and then we'll be signing off. But we can go ahead, I guess, and show our ads here. Thank you to our partners, to Boeing, to Purina, to Stiefel, Ballpark Village, this lovely venue that we are at right now. Michael and Cursus Riney, QRM Capital, Hilton Hotels and Resorts, St. Charles Automotive, we make amazing happen. And, of course, the St. Louis Cardinals, birds on the bat there. You can't be from this region and not like that we have that sponsorship.
Yes, indeed. We also want to call out Power Descent, Hunter Engineering Company, Flooring Systems Inc., Arco Construction, Watlow, powered by Possibility, Harbor Group, Johnson Bender Asset Management, Enterprise Holding Foundation, Carolyn Tyndall, Andrew C., and Barbara B. Taylor. Thank you so much to all of you for sponsoring this event.
And we mentioned them earlier here, but we've got a nice little QR code to go alongside it here. Boeing. Boeing is a proud supporter of the 2023 Gateway Legends Tournament. Want to build a career that contributes to next-generation aerospace products and technology? Explore opportunities in St. Louis and other locations across the United States. You see right there a nice little QR code for the Boeing careers.
Yes, indeed. And then to talk about more Smash, because we all love Smash, we have Get On My Level happening in Toronto, Ontario, July 21st to 23rd. Use the code EUR for $5 off this weekend only. I repeat, this weekend only. You better get on that.
And one other Warp Zone number 2 there. Start.gg/Warp Zone, a fine cavalcade of video games to be played right there at the Clarion Convention Center in Joliet, Illinois, July 29th and 30th, 2023. Clearly the graphic designer knows what's up, so the tournament itself has to be top notch.
Yes,
so
indeed. Click that button. We can't do it right now,
can't,
but you can
you
do
can.
it.
You can. Just go to
Yeah.
your URL and
Yeah.
put that one on and see what it's all about. And, Neztec, this has been a fantastic opening to the broadcast here. You and I are going to switch out for the time being. Folks, we want to thank you for those of you who joined us here bright and early. I know for some of you it's early. For another portion of you, it's just a school day or a work day. But it does mean so much.
Yep. Thank you so much. It was a fantastic time commentating with you as well, and looking forward to more of this fantastic competition. We'll see you all later.
You care about a clean future. And so do we. More clean ingredients today. And more recyclable packaging tomorrow. Purina cares here. And here. You care about every detail. And so do we. Every ingredient from our trusted sources. Every ingredient has a purpose. Purina cares here and here.
Explorers don't see a world with limits. With an innovative spirit and curious mind, they never stop wondering what tomorrow may hold. Boeing was built by explorers, and our growing global team is helping reimagine the future of aerospace and making our world safer and more sustainable. Join us as we take flight together. Find your purpose at Boeing.
Our pets. They just know when to push us. Give us more when we need it most. They make the golden years more golden. Routines more exciting. New beginnings less scary. They make the world more beautiful. Our pets give us their best. Every day, in every way. And because of our pets, Purina is doing more of the things that matter, for the ones who matter most. Nutrition is at the heart of what we do, but it's not all we do. Purina cares here and here.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Gateway Legends MOSEF Crew Battles Championship for Missouri.
That's a mouthful.
I'm Ritual, here with the Fabulous Copter.
Oh,
How's it going?
Fabulous? I like that.
Fabulous.
What's up, guys? But
I
yes, is Copter on the mic with Ritual on the mainstream, ready to present another round of high school crews. This has been, so far, what I've watched before. It's been crazy. You know, for me, I love the heart of the parents supporting. I love supporting. And also just how like into it the kids get, how happy they are. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's so much emotion.
Yeah.
And I love that.
One of the huge benefits of this is giving kids an opportunity to do something they love in a competitive setting in a way that, you know, really lets your parents, lets everyone see just what this means to them. It gives people something, you know, it gives people someone to believe in them.
I can
and
see
a
that.
community and a space to believe in them. And it's like, you don't always have that otherwise. And like, it's crazy to think, like, right? As a kid personally, my parents were like, "What? You're playing video games? What are you doing?" And it's like, these kids get to see. We're in the St. Louis Cardinals baseball stadium, like
for real.
Smash Bros.
I was gonna say, because like I don't know how it is mostly in America, but as you guys can tell, I'm not exactly from around here. There's not very common to have high school crew battles or just like school Smash tournaments that much in the EU or even in England. It's actually really cool to see, and like I said, the support as well. It's just so much. Like I said, support has been the main thing for me. But I think we're ready to get into the first round of this.
Yeah, and we are starting off with CBC versus Joplin. CBC,
Okay.
one of the favorites for this whole event, and we're getting off with what we were told was random Peeps versus Time Master. Time Master, no surprises, pulling off with the Roy, but Peeps been playing a lot of Steve recently. Steve is legal in these crew battles, but not in the open bracket this weekend, which might be part of the reason we're seeing the Pikachu here out early.
It also makes sense. I don't think you know, Roy's are very fond of the Pikachu matchup. I believe they say like the Pikachu, the Pichus, the Rats, as I like to call them, aren't exactly the most, you know, favorable for them. And this could be a really good counterpick.
Yeah, and Pikachu, a lot of players will say, oh, Pikachu swords, you know, that's his weak point. T-Jolt kind of disagrees with that as well. Roy, of all the swords, kind of the one who wants to get up the most up close and personal, which is really where Pikachu shines.
For me, I feel like it's Pikachu and obviously Pichu as well, the Rats, I'm going to keep calling them, they're known for pancaking. You know what I mean? And it might not be February, but it might be Pancake Day. Whenever they want to get hitboxes out, there's just no time to land them at all.
And they really are like at a high school dance saying, how low can you go on that limbo?
Gone in a flash, and wow, Time Master keeping it, you know, no time needed at all, just keeping it real spicy, and, you know, already up a stock, not taking too much percent either, and we still going.
Both players right now just looking to try and find that opening. And right now, Peeps is trying to just find a way to get anything started. He's barely been able to get a hit in on Time Master, who's just been willing to play the patience game. And finally, though, on an overswing there off that side special, the double-edged dance is gonna allow Peeps to find a corner situation, but he's not able to maintain it, and he's just playing a little bit too nervous to really maximize these advantage states he's finding himself in.
Peeps is kind of like forcing these approaches. These dash attacks are getting snuffed out, you know, F-tips every time. And, you know, Time Master, again, trying to eliminate him immediately, just not getting that chance here. Just a little bit behind.
And you're seeing Peeps as well take a lot of reads, take a lot of guesses here on where Time Master is going to end up instead of playing on reaction, right? Instead of saying, hey, I'm going to let you push the button, I'm going to follow you up, and I'm going to get that confirmed when you're in the lag from your option. Instead, it's taking the guesses, and that's, again, just allowing Timekeeper the opportunity to reset. We see it again there with the fair, right? Guessing on the jump, and it's going to give Time Master the stage control back and another edge guard opportunity.
It's a bit unfortunate, these kills, and again, the dash attack. I feel like, you know, random Peeps kind of relying on that as a kill option might be stale now. Not being able to find the kill. Time Master keeping alive, able to find some more percent, tackling some more. The extra credit is going crazy right now.
Yeah, dude, we're seeing Peeps, right, able to get, you know, keep this stock in theory relatively close. Oh, it's 150, 131, but then you remember that it was only 23% that he was able to take before he lost his first one. He closed out here, and he's managed to close what was a terrifying gap a little bit, but he needs to keep this momentum going because you give Roy one opportunity, and that stock's going to be tomorrow.
Okay, and you see Time Master just kind of trying to keep the ledge trap going. Again, that side beat is the second time they kill with that now. Might be a third one coming soon if, Random Peeps doesn't mix it up, but okay. And this is Time Master's time to shine now. Again, finding these early type combos. I feel like the opening gambit for them has been like, when they can get that early damage in, really seems to upset Random Peeps.
Getting called out on the directional air dodge down, no fastball either.
No way.
So we're seeing a little, Eep starting to get a little bit nervous, and the panic coming out. The buffered air dodge on the drop-off ledge is gonna be it. 2 buffered air dodges at the end. You could see the nerve setting in. You could see, hey, I really want to do this. Hey, I really want to close this gap, but just wasn't quite sure how to deal with that overwhelming aggression that Roy can bring to the table. It's just so many buttons that can be in your face, and especially when everything that Timekeep is trying is working, I completely understand, especially as a high schooler, how that's going to get to you.
Yeah, of course. There's going to be a lot of emotions going in. You might freeze up as well on the big stage. I feel like with Random Peeps though, is like, even though they have that ability to pancake, they weren't getting opportunities to kind of abuse that too much. Like you said, buttons in their face. They were just not being able to kind of like play the game. With Time Master just going all over them, he was just guns blazing.
One of the things we really didn't see almost any of, back air, right? Pikachu's best neutral button, as you said, right? When we think of pancaking Pikachu, I mean, all of your moves put you that low to the ground, but back air is quite literally, it's literally a pancake. It's literally a frisbee. You spin to win, and one of his best buttons in neutral, one of his best to carry you to the stage, to the corner where Roy can really struggle. And we just didn't see all that much of it, as well as we started to see him moving away from the T-Jolt, which is one of the things that allows Pikachu to really control the pace of the game against a character like Roy, slow him down, and give you those moments to breathe. That being said, we still saw some great stuff from him, but it's going to be up to Shattuck now to bring this back to even, try and find some extra stocks on Time Master. And I don't know if you saw their last crew battle today, but Shattuck went crazy on the Min-Min.
I don't think the Min-Min?
Yeah, the Min-Min.
Okay.
He took like 10 stocks, dude.
I'm not surprised. That's a good character. I'm not even going to be surprised.
But that's also way above his average differential for the season. I believe he was at about 6 stocks taken, 5 stocks taken per. Right, his stock differential was just under 2. So that means for every stock he loses, he's taking about 2 of them. So he's taking about 5. So getting to double that here, maths. Big brain, dude. It's on backwards right now, but you guys, I got the NASA hat on, so I got the big math brain today.
I do want to see what obviously Time Master can do against the Min-Min, because it's going to be kind of the same thing. I feel like Time Master's going to be doing a lot of buttons being pressed, a lot of aggression. With Min-Min being that long range, if you can kind of break that zone, and you're able to kind of make her, force her to do these out-of-field options, she hasn't got too many good ones. You can expose her in that way. Maybe 10 stocks won't be taken this time.
And I exactly agree with you. Roy has the tools, has the speed to get in and mix up his height, come in from those 45-degree angles. But right now we're seeing Shattuck play it perfectly, right? Try and hold the edge of this platform, not let Roy try and fall in on you in that awkward angle. But it's going to be Shattuck getting a little over-comfortable or landing on the platform. And, I mean, that's a big sword.
He held that for so long. And I didn't even know he could find the sweet spot on that top platform.
I've never seen Roy's sweet spot from that far away. And actually, was it even a sweet spot?
I don't even think it was.
I was going to say, because it was just charged for so long.
Definitely caught by surprise, but okay, answer him back straight away with the up smash. That's going to be a really big kill.
Yeah, Shattuck saw the smash attack on left plat and said, you know what? I like that idea. I'm gonna take that for later.
I can do that one. I can steal it. Found a lot of mileage off this up smash, but can't land on him. Pretty big anti-air as well.
Yeah, and we're seeing Time Master do a really good job of finding the way into this CQC range on Shattuck, right? Get Min-Min uncomfortable. As you were talking about before, she's so good when she can keep you out, keep you away from her. But because there's a distinct rhythm to that gameplay, and when her arms come out one, then the other, right? And then a gap, you suddenly just, if you can find your way in like Time Master's doing, it can be really hard for her to get comfortable, reset, and you're seeing him just apply constant pressure.
Okay, strong F-tilt, strong Nair as well, just keeping him on that ledge. Tried to go out for far, but couldn't find it. Now they're kept on the ledge. You have to kind of weigh up the risk-reward against Min-Min, I feel. Because if you guess wrong and you're put on the ledge now, you got to deal with many noodles coming your way, and it's not going to taste too nice.
Yeah, I mean, dude, honestly, as much as I like ramen, I don't think Roy's a fan of it right now. Now, he's just trying to get that feeling it's a little al dente, trying to keep that pasta just a little bit more cooked with the flames. But it's going to be Shattuck able to find a way out of dodge for a second, but Time Master able to keep the pressure on, find a way to take it to last stock, just hitting you too far away, and while doesn't close it, and while Time Master can't take the 6, 5 stocks, still a pretty good showing.
I was going to say, yeah, even though he wasn't able to take the win, being able to take that last stock as well, I think that was very crucial. It's going to help a lot in the crew battle in the kind of the later stocks. You know, it's all about a game of stamina, right? You know, we've got a lot of team members. It's not just a one-man game. A lot of people to go through, and that was real good from Time Master. Take that last one.
It's one of the big things, right, about that differentiates crews from singles in Ultimate, is it's not just, hey, how good am I at taking 3 stocks and then 3 stocks and then 3 stocks. It's every stock matters, every percentage matters, every stock you can hold on to, every little bit of percent, and so it forces you to play. Hey, when you're at a high percent window, sometimes you're like, okay, each stock you have matters. So sometimes where you would play more aggressive in singles because you have a stock lead, in crews you still don't want to give that up. Every stock is a 1-stock game. It's that last stock, last hit situation all the time, and you see how it's affecting some of these high school players' play, even though they're used to this format, right? Some of these times they're just not wanting to commit to the pressure quite as hard because of that potential for a reversal.
So I believe the next person we're going to get to come in to fight this Min Min is Kai.
And Kai has played a few different characters this high school season.
Okay.
He's played Palu, he's played DK, but the thing is, only week 7, only the last week of the season, did we actually see his main, as y'all might have heard in game, Cloud.
Okay,
and
so you said he played Palu and DK,
yeah,
and now he plays Cloud.
But
right?
he's a Cloud main, but he's been going secondaries. That's just how stacked CBC is. He felt, hey, I don't even need to go my main.
Don't even need to go my main yet, but I think he's gonna have to against this Min Min. This Min Min's been cooking for sure.
And I'm gonna say, we actually played in bracket last night at the pre-local. I'm not gonna say how it went. I'm not gonna say how it went, for better or worse.
Are you flexing on the Cloud
no,
main from high school?
I'm saying, Twitch chat can take bets on who won, but Kai is a very talented Cloud player. He's very patient. He understands momentum. He understands pacing, and I think that's going to be a huge benefit for him here against Shattuck. He just needs to keep that patience, keep that composure, and we're already seeing him playing on reaction, working to find some creative ways in. And I'm sorry, man, I didn't even.
No composure needed, nothing.
Kai just said,
all
hold on.
I need is one edge guard. That's all I need.
Yeah, no talking necessary, man.
Straight up.
He didn't even give us a chance to speak.
Nah, that was real good though, to not even let the Min Min play their own gameplay, maybe sneak a stock off, just straight away, no. End that straight away, get my gameplay going.
He found his way in with a forward air there off of, he just sat back, he took a couple hits, saying, hey, the percent doesn't matter, it's just the stock count, and then found 1-arm, 2-arm, jumped in, got the hit, and suddenly you have Min Min in the corner with that forward air. She starts to panic. She's either going to jump back, but she's in the corner. She has nowhere to go. And Cloud's sword is huge, so he can cover the platform. Or once she's off stage, where do you even go?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because like I was saying before with Time Master the Roy, right? You want to zone break Min Min, right? You don't want to be away from her, because she wants to be near you. You want to be in that zone where you can pressure her, force those bad outshot options, or next mediocre, and straight away, as soon as the game started, Kai was there already. Yeah. Put him off stage, game. You know
and Kai's ability, to do that, didn't just do it with. I think a lot of people assume that zone breaking means, okay, you have to, get in as fast as possible. Don't let them set up. Don't let them whatever. But you watch Kai play it patient, play it so. Say, okay, I'll take a couple hits. I'll let you establish your rhythm. I'll let you establish your game plan. And then once you've laid out the map for me, I don't need to try and find my way through the maze, risk getting lost. Because guess what? I've already got the answer. And those arms came out, jumped on in. There's nothing Min Min could do.
That was a real quick game. But I believe we're going to get Banana Bread stepping up to the spot. I'm loving these tags, by the way.
Yeah,
I'm a big fan of Banana Bread.
Banana Bread is a top-tier tag, for sure.
Pretty good tag.
Also, fantastic breakfast food.
That's fair enough, yeah.
Well, okay, here's a question for you, though.
Okay.
Breakfast food or dessert?
Dessert. I'm not a breakfast person.
No, I'm saying it's Banana Bread, breakfast food or
dessert. I'd imagine breakfast?
Okay, I'm with you, but I've heard a lot of people say dessert.
I mean, it's like, I don't know, it's Banana Bread. Okay, production sends both. I'd say I'd lean towards breakfast. If I'm gonna eat it, I'm probably gonna eat it in the morning. rather than the knight, or not knight, but like in the for dessert.
Fab's very much a man of culture. Banana Bread as well, opting for the character with, I believe, the 3.53 win percentage across Ultimate, historically Rob player. So this man likes to win, likes to do it a lot of different ways. Rob has the tools to slow you down. He's got laser, he's got gyro, he's got a great combo game, some big range, some big neutral airs.
I was expecting Diddy. I'm gonna be real with you. I was expecting Diddy or something. They're going straight into it. No need for the counter, and of course, no lives were taken before, so just straight away the up throw fair. This Rob already looking to work.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Fabs, you saw the banana and you just assumed the Diddy Kong, but right now it's just both players scrapping back and forth, looking for that stage control. Kai's gonna whiff a grab, but Banana Bread not able to find that double toss combo. He was looking for big money, and it's gonna give Kai the opportunity to get back to stage, keep the stage control going, and Cloud really can thrive in these advantage pressure situations.
Yeah, he was getting shocked on that platform though, and again, look at all this pressure Banana Bread is applying. A little bit bad DI on that up air. It's a little bit tricky to mix in. You can mix up with it, getting caught in the bad spot there, and Banana Bread taking this lead.
Dude, it's so hard to know which side they're going to drift, right? They can shimmy that back and forth and off that up air. But in the battle of the neutral airs, it's going to be Kai's, who's just a little bit bigger, and he's able to find the clash, get that stage control, keep the cross slash going, and now stage to stage, just looking for an opening. But honestly, Banana Bread's recovery routes, his ability to go high and find these reversals, get these platform pressure situations from below, have just been beautiful.
And you see parrying the laser, parrying all the projectiles, but just not really that much, to do anything. It's just gonna take straight away. When you have that gyro on you, you don't really want to be shielding it. You know what I mean? And when you shield it, it's just gonna come back again. You want to use it yourself or throw it in the air. Get it out of that Rob's play. If it's in the play, Toy's gonna come to life and it's not gonna feel too good.
Yeah, dude. The most modern toy, right, for kids, video games, combining with the most classic toy, the spinning top. Only crazy things can happen when two goats to come together like that, and Rob putting that on full display. Banana Bread's patience has been immaculate, but just second guessed that fair a little bit, didn't commit fully, and Kai was able to punish with the back air, find that stock, and has really started to clean up the gameplay after a little bit of a nervous start.
Okay, dodging the lasers, dodging the F tilt as well. I'm liking the way that Banana Bread uses gyro and back air as well. He keeps gyro just in front of him. Any aerial that Kai is throwing out, he's getting caught by the gyro, and he's able to find those back airs as well. He's keeping on the ledge as well.
And he's doing it in addition to his platform positioning, which is further limiting those aerial options. And he's really forcing Kai to space immaculately if he even wants to find a way in. Kai finally able to find the reversal, and now with Limit online, that's going to be 15 seconds of power up here for Cloud. This is the opportunity for Kai to take the stock, get back in the game. Cross slash low, going to miss the first hit and not going to do it as a result.
That seems to be Kai's hero at the moment. If he needs to rely on something, it's definitely the Limit side B, the dash attack. Good DI from Banana Bread to stay alive. Has to fly away though, has to float in the air. How does he land though? Against Cloud with that big sword, it's going to be so tough to land.
And one of the things Banana Bread's been doing every single time, there's always a down air stall, a back air stall, or both on these recoveries. He hasn't gone for a single one without it. Kai hasn't made the adjustment yet, but it's something to keep track of
big F tilt to get rid of him as well.
This last stock on the kill battle. The crew battle. I can't language.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit tense right now, and you see the percent is rising for Kai. I feel like Banana Bread's kind of been, taking this lead a bit longer. Goes for the hero, that side B. The Limit not connecting this time. It seems to be all Banana Bread right now.
Yeah, and one of the things we've only seen Kai go for those limits with the limit side special. We haven't seen the normal one come out, and that time just looking for damage. He could try and find more of them in neutral as well, right? Single hit cross slash and out of a short hop combos into itself, but first he has to survive the rotor arm up air, does so finally, and this is an opportunity he can just get right back down, reset, and find his feet on the ground, on firm ground one more time.
He tried to start the back air, but that up air is relentless from Banana Bread, just not letting him live, just wants to get that kill, just can't find it, but I know what Kai wants, I think we all do, and he still finds it, Ritual, somehow, but it doesn't kill. Banana Bread still living that big toy, trying to survive, and takes off the down air.
Are you kidding me right now, Fabs? Kai found his hero but couldn't get all the hits, and the game is taunting him just a little bit. Kai now trying desperately to find a way. It was right there. He had the opportunity, but they didn't want him to have it. Banana Bread, beautiful job in not just one situation, right, the cross slash, but then immediately having to tech in what was an insane tech, right? That reaction time.
Did he just
absurd.
take a selfie after winning? Yo, he's
Yeah.
the GOAT.
bro, he knows. And honestly, I have to. I would too. The way you must feel
Oh, I'd flex.
after that, like the composure he kept,
Mm-hmm.
right? So much panic, so much stress. Where you had the lead, your opponent brings it back, has multiple opportunities to kill you, and for reasons, whether it was immaculate micro spacing, a little bit of luck, falling out of a multi-hit, it didn't quite work out for Kai, but he played that incredibly patiently, and honestly, I think he played it really well. I don't think he has anything to frown about, but man, did Banana Bread just pull the OD flex with that selfie?
No, I'd be on the same wave. I just like the way of how close it was.
Mm-hmm.
It was very back and forth, and I actually thought that I thought Banana was gonna lose when he got hit by the side B, the limit cross touch on the left side.
Yeah.
And even still, the down air on him, he teched everything. He did not want to go. That robot wanted to live forever.
That's one of the things we saw on left-facing cross slash. That actually would have connected more of the hits on right-facing because people, I think, realize that it writes kanji, it writes Japanese characters when Cloud does cross slash. But for those characters to make sense, they have to be different characters when he's left-facing and when he's right-facing. One of the cool details about Cloud in Smash 4 and Ultimate that I love, the kanji characters he writes line up with a hitbox. So he's the only character in Smash with one button that, depending on which direction you're facing, has different shaped hitboxes.
Okay.
And because he's facing left there, Rob fell out of more hits than if he was facing right, and it just didn't work out, which is just both really cool little detail and super unfortunate.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate. Maybe should have chose the other side. Maybe could have been. Maybe he could have took the selfie if he got that. So unlucky for him.
But, oh my God, can you imagine? Like, new unwritten rule: you win, you must take a selfie.
I respect it. He stood up and everything. Had to let the crowd know, let the family know, let the team know. I definitely respect that. But I think we're ready to get the next person from CBC as well.
Yeah, they were just talking for a minute, like getting some last minute, maybe coaching, character picks. A little bit hard to know from all the way over here, but they're locked in and ready to go. Really interested to see who we've got up next, Fabs, because both these teams, and honestly, everybody here this weekend in these state championships, so talented. And I love casting. I love crews. I love high school crews, college crews, because you see such weird characters. You see so many things where people are just playing who they like rather than just the meta. I believe coming up next we've got Z, who plays.
Is that Min Min?
Min Min.
Yeah.
So we got some more Min Min, bro. These high schoolers, they love their noodles.
They love top tiers, and I respect it. There's no need to be playing these other characters. They want to win from early, and I respect it. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, winning early, yes, but remember, you remember Leo, the microwave Rob that came out once or twice, right?
The microwave Rob.
This is one of the worst matchups for Min Min.
All right, okay.
That you have in Ultimate. Rob just has so many tools. Again, laser gyro, he can contest you at range. But gyro, he can also float up, hit you at that 45 that Min Min has a hard time contesting. He finds his way in with neutral air. That's so hard for Min Min to deal with. And once he's in, he still has good up close buttons too.
Yeah, Rob can box. He can do it all. He's the ultimate life form, I'm telling you, but he's the actual real robot that wants to do something. But again, all he needs is one stock for Z, and it's over. He needs to see if he can do that. And the lasers pushing him far. It might be a bad matchup, but there's definitely things he can expose.
I love the grounded up special there for the super jump, but once Banana Bread finds his way back, he's able to take that stage control right away. And both players are just scrapping. I like the patience from Z-Man. They're not falling for the grab attempt and able to find his way out of dodge, keep his feet on the ground, which, even though he's giving up stage control, for Min Min, that's less important than just staying grounded, because once you get up in the air, like, especially against Rob, you're having a real bad day.
And look at that, the megawatt. There was no time for Rob to execute what you were saying about how they can be so up closer with you. It was always stay away from you. You can have gyro in your hand, you can have laser, you can have whatever the hell you want. I've got these long arms, especially with megawatt, that kills you. The dragon arm laser was actually keeping the Rob away as well. Banana Bread couldn't really do too much in himself. He got cooked himself, so real good.
And
on Z-Man to do that.
I think one of the things as well, right? Z-Man, there's another part of Cruz that I think...
Is he hitting the gritty?
No. Yeah, he just hit the gritty. Bro, they're leveling each other on these flexes after taking
There
these
is
wins.
so much
We got the
character.
selfie, we got the gritty. Bro, these players are feeling themselves. But
I respect it. I love that.
That being a 1-stock to 3-stock situation, right, where Z's coming in, suddenly you're going up against Rob with 1 stock. You approach that very differently, Min 3 stocks to 1 than you do 3 stocks to 3. In a 3 stocks to 1 situation, Rob has to just be so much more scared, as you said, of a single megawatt, of a single ram. Then when in an even game, it's like, okay, I'm going to, if I get you to the corner and you die, fine. Where it's like, if I get you to the corner and kill you in a CQC situation now, then suddenly I'm in the corner, you're coming off the Angel Plat, and now I'm in the corner against Min, and that's no fun.
Okay, well, I believe we've been talking about needing a hero next. We've got Marvel coming up soon. No idea who he plays, but he's going to have to be heroic to get this sorted because, team not looking a little bit down at the moment.
You need a hero. There are very few people to call than the best bounty hunter in the whole dang galaxy, my friend.
Samus?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Samus Aran is in the house. I don't think we've got any Metroids around. No space pirates for the moment, but something's gone awry in this noodle shop, man.
There's a lot of like these picks these people are playing on the teams are really interesting. We've been seeing Roy, Min, Rob, and now Samus, right? I feel like these type of ones are just they want a lot of lead trapping and they want it to kill.
You know what's really interesting too to me? It reminds me a lot of the Japanese meta.
Okay.
Right? You see a lot of Rob, you see a lot of Min, you see some Samus. Yes, they're playing kind of slower. We're seeing a lot more defensive play than I think you're used to seeing in large parts of the US.
I think they're terrified of each other.
Yeah, they're terrified. But
the other one makes them explode.
And that more measured defensive play, very, very reminiscent of the Japanese meta, as well as these character choices. And so it's really interesting to see that we're here in the US at the high school level. And then we're looking at, Japan, who we consider to be one of the best regions in the world, and these players who've got coaches, got teams, right? They're out here with whole advanced statistics spreadsheets. Like, this is some serious stuff, and they're not mirroring the American meta. They're not mirroring the European meta. They're mirroring the Japanese meta, and that's so cool.
It's pretty cool, I'm not going to lie. I just want to see what this Samus can do. We talked about what we've seen 2 Mimins now, Ritual. 2. There's something in the water that they like, right?
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen.
It's Samus time now.
Listen, man, and I'm telling you, these guys like their noodles, ramen, right? Gets you through college, sure. Or maybe they're getting a head start on that. But also, it's just really good. So I get it. Also, remember, these are high schoolers. So ARMS came out on the Switch. For people who are a little bit older, like you and I, ARMS, it's a game with 1 installment. It was a little bit unique, but ARMS was sold with the Switch for a while. Sold a lot of copies with the Switch, especially to kids who now would be high school age. So there's a lot more
Samus, you
personal
lied
connection.
To me. And the stream.
I have.
I'm just messing with you.
I've got the data right here. What does this say?
Well, hey, man, they want to switch it up again with the Aegis. Okay, so Pyro Mythra, keeping it DLC. I'm telling you, the kids want to win.
Yeah, man, listen. And you got to spend your allowance somewhere. $5.99 is a good way to do it.
But this, we talked about my matchup with Robin Min. I've heard this is really bad for Aegis, actually.
Yeah.
Because their recovery, obviously, very, very, I'd say volatile, right? To put it closely. It can be exposed by Min so hard.
I think volatile is the right word because you get in as Mythra on Min, right? We're seeing it. Min just gets absolutely smothered. But then to find the kill, you have to swap to the slower character who has a much bigger commitment. The Min gets to suddenly just run away from and box out with these arms. And as you said, once you put her in disadvantage, once you get her off stage, this character's recovery is so exploitable.
Yeah, it can be really hard to kind of get your game plan started or anything. But I feel like Marvel was doing a good job of keeping it evenish until then.
But that spacing from Z-Man was absolutely marvelous, right? Just forced him out and forced out that error by occupying the space with the arm. He wasn't even intending for the hit. Now that this is Marvel's opportunity to close out the stock, but the great DI up there from Z-Man to just get barely out of that down tilt up air range.
And you see Marvel getting shameless with it. He wants on one thing only, is that down air, opting for it again and again, getting a little bit too happy with it, and getting a bit exposed now from Z-Man.
And this is what I was talking about earlier, right? That once you have to secure the kills with this character, your opportunities are limited. You have to hit that hard read, because otherwise, you're just desperately trying to swing at ghosts.
Makes sense. And you see, okay, getting one grab, getting a few combos now. a little bit of percent, anything they can. You know, like you said before, stocks matter now. You know, it's not exactly about the winning or not. It's about getting these stocks off. You know, can you get these stocks?
And when you're up, when it's only a 3-stock differential, right, between these two teams, that's a whole player, but that's still very doable. That got sniped.
And the recovery, I'm telling you, just not allowed to recover in a kind of like, you know, easy way. There's no, you know, no mercy.
It's not even the range. It's not even the low commitment from Min. It's just how active they are, right? It's how long Laser, Ram just, Megawatt just sit in these spaces. And when you have a linear recovery like Aegis does, like Marvel does, you just literally can't find a way around it. There's nothing you can press to escape.
Trade in Marvel's favor. They need this edge guard right now, or some sort of ledge trap. The Pirates staying true. They want that down there, and they're going for it again. Okay, one up tilt. The strong normals are going to help Marvel so much, keeping Z-Man just kind of scared in the corner.
And getting, as you said, getting in the corner, in theory, right, is so important here against Z-Man. But Z-Man has done an immaculate job retreating to the corner intentionally, backing to the edge of this platform. And right, if he gets to the interior edge, he's trying to get to the exterior edge. Force Marvel to have to approach him through this platform and land on it by not letting him just give out full hop falling aerials for free. It has to be a much bigger of commitment for Marvel to get in. And Z-Man's using that platform defensively to his advantage. And even when he gets put to the corner, he's able to find the reversal as a result because Marvel doesn't have mix-ups to trick him.
Again, another charge smash attack on this ledge. I feel like both players are kind of loving that right now, kind of dodging each other's ones though. I feel like if it's Pyro though, you might die, might explode for it. Have to watch how you recover him. Goes high though, back to the corner, and again the downers are coming out Ritual. I know what they want. You know what they want. The stream knows what they want. And it's just can they land it or not?
And Z-Man now, right, starting to swing, starting to get a little, we're starting to see guesses that we didn't really see from Z-Man before, wanting desperately to close it out, keep the stock situation going, but now Marvel doing a good job continuing this ledge trap, keeping it going. The down smash could have been a bad swing, but Z-Man able to get away with it. Once again, reset to this corner, reset to his home here under this platform, and trying to push his advantage, trying to seal it out. Fabs, both these players are nervous.
Yeah, I can tell, and you can see that from Z-Man's gameplay. They really want Megawatt only. They want the kill, but they're unfortunately not able to find that. And I don't know how Marvel pulled it off, but I feel like fans of that movie franchise have been wondering the same thing. Marvel with the win, clutched out of nowhere.
But you know what? I think Marvel just kind of remembered. Right?
He looks surprised that they got it.
He kind of took that deep breath. He's shaking. He's surprised. But the thing he has to remember, right? Remember what Thanos said at the end of Infinity War?
My memory not that too good.
I am inevitable. And Marvel channeling that namesake right now.
Now the nerves have gone. He's feeling it now. He's been rubbing up his hands and everything. He's in a good mood. And I can see why, you know. I feel like we were kind of counting him out low-key.
Yeah,
in that matchup, how it was going. I feel like...
and he just kept the composure. And you saw at the end, he was playing really composed. He was playing patient. He kept to his game plan. Whereas Z-Man he was playing very composed the whole set. But then at the very end of that game, he started to panic. He started to swing. He started to guess because he wanted to close it out. And that was the composure that let Marvel really lock it down and prove all the doubters wrong in that game.
Definitely proved me wrong. I was counting them out. I'm gonna be real with you. I thought it was, you know, it was Marvel's end.
Hey man, I mean, hey, James Gunn did go to DC, so we'll see. We'll see.
Do we know who we have next in this crew battle?
I believe we're waiting on production to give us that. They're sitting down right now, so we'll find out in just a moment. But I'm gonna be honest, these crew battles are freaking fantastic, dude. They're so much fun.
There's just a lot of energy that I'm really appreciating. That's what I'm a big fan of energy.
Yep.
Or just like, you know, a lot of support. As I keep saying, more so about like personality. Like we talked about before with the kids celebrating when they win, showing their character. You know what I mean? Showing their passion that they really love this game. It's a fun way to play. So I believe we're gonna have the letter H next.
We've got two characters listed here, so maybe a little bit of a co-main situation here. But with CBC, a lot of them have been going their secondaries throughout the season. It's hard to know for sure. Hero or Incineroar, two very different characters. Both play very slow, very measured. Both oftentimes some end up relying on reads. Incineroar, right, wants to hit those revenges, those Alolan whips, make you explode.
Real explosive. That character scares me.
Hero, you never quite know what you're going to get, but hey, at least the menu's in English right now.
True. That's very true. We've gone from Z to H, so we're moving up on the alphabet.
Yes,
I want to
sir.
see if they can get this W though. You know, CBC, you know, they got a strong team, man. They still got Luma in the back pocket, the Rob.
Yeah, and
you know, they
Luma
got, they got some firepower.
Luma
So I
not
do wanna
just one of
see-
the best players in high school, not just one of the best players in Missouri, but in the whole Midwest. So
sure.
that's a pretty big ace up the sleeve.
And we're going to see what this hero can do. They're practicing their crits, I'm going to imagine. Maybe they're getting them out of the way. Who knows? But we're going to get it started. And it's in that similar situation we've been seeing a lot of these times now where the one opponent's on one last stock. Can they bring it? You know, how many stocks can they take off before they fall?
And one of the things that is very distinct among different heroes is how they use their specials, right? How they use side special, neutral special. They all love using that partially charged or tornado, right, to get a hit, get an extension. But how are they going to find those X factors in those mid-range, not from the menu, but from those guaranteed buttons? And how are they going to utilize their nairs, their up tilts, to find the anti-air? But oh,
He
baby.
ran into them, started snoozing on him, and oh man, it's time to nap. Betty buys. Jesus, no one needed.
DLC, fighter, you know, as more DLC came out, right? Obviously, Hero Dragon Quest much bigger overseas than here in the US. But he hit the gritty too.
They all getting dancey with it. I love it.
Yes, sir.
Get
But,
electric with it. Why not?
Hero, I think, is a character that like
Look at that. He ran in on him. Hit the snooze button, and damn, it was time to wake up.
bro.
Big F smash.
They kind of honestly. Hero, people forget his biggest legacy is that he was the first character to be considered for being banned in Ultimate because
sense,
there was
yeah.
a potential language barrier. But kind of got, you know, pun fully intended here. I kind of got slept on a little bit as the meta progressed. There are a couple heroes out there making waves, especially over in Tri-State in the U.S. and New York and New Jersey. There's 3 really good heroes. There's Vivi, there's Sola, and oh god, now I'm blanking on the last one. I'm sorry. All 3 of you are very talented. And they all play very differently, so it's exciting to see more hero representation, because even though that character's menu can be a little bit of a roulette wheel sometimes, that character's so cool.
I mean, I'm not a fan of Hero, so I wouldn't agree on you that he's cool. So I'm not exactly the biggest fan of him, but he's very interesting in what he can bring. That said, that the hero is going to be seen to live another day, of course, you know, getting that early kill up against Prometheus. I think this is their last person on the team. You know, they got to do something to pull out of the bag.
So Prometheus, the Greek titan who betrayed the gods to give fire to man in
There's
Greek
a lot of lore
mythology.
now. Okay.
Yes, sir. And Hero, notably, right, that neutral special bestows the fire back. So maybe Prometheus realizing he doesn't like in Greek mythology, his punishment is fairly gruesome. His liver is picked out by crows until he's eventually freed by Hercules.
Getting very
He
dark right now.
got freed by Hercules, and he said, hold on, guys, I gotta come get my gift back.
Right.
Bro, I gotta take it back to the store. I still got that 90-day return policy.
Do we know who Prometheus plays?
Yeah, we Cloud and PT. So
Cloud and PT. Okay.
trying to make this hero only a memory.
And it's going to be 3 stocks first 3 stocks, you know, like I said before. You know, not wasting any time.
Okay, this song.
Okay, music picks.
Yeah.
It's like I think that's the first time I've been seeing music
Yeah,
picks.
Mega Man Zero. You know, Mega Man music picks. Mega Man X.
Some good music for sure.
And it's always exciting. Also awesome to see, like, in high school, people pick games that haven't necessarily, like Mega Man X, we haven't got a new game in a little while, so seeing the music come out, right, shows you just how much Smash can carry on the legacy of some of these franchises. Is as the 2 Final Fantasy, these 2 anime swordsmen swing back and forth, trying to give their school a next life in this winner's bracket.
I've been loving how CBC's whole team all have variations of the tags of Luma in their IGN. They really like Luma, I guess.
Yeah.
But probably their anchor, so it's pretty nice to see how they're, you know, giving support. But I feel like this hero guy needs some support, you know, trying to get the zoom. Heals instead, but that's not going to save you on stage.
Opted for the to take the first one for the Accelerauto, but because of the N-lag Accelerauto was in, didn't give himself the 3rd menu as he had just canceled it immediately the first time, and an unfortunate mistake costing him the stock. Right now with the scrap, gets Accelerauto back, so he's got a little bit more mobility, but he's not playing the zoning game here against Cloud. He's not playing the zoning game against the letter H. He's trying to just get up and scrap, and Cloud's sword's bigger. He's a little faster. His frame data is better. if you're trying to be hero scrapping with Cloud, you better have
He
buffs.
also has
because-
back air. You mentioned all those things. You didn't mention back air yet, though. He's
Oh,
been hit
yeah.
by that every time he's on the ledge. He's going for it again. I know there's one thing that he wants.
Well, I didn't mention back air because back air just does your taxes. It plays neutral, advantage, kills you. It does anything you could ever want.
You see Prometheus guessing wrong on that outside from the zoom. And I feel like we were talking about before with Hero being such a gamble character. You know,
Yep.
you rely on that book to show you something. And sometimes it doesn't give you what you want. And Prometheus is all him right now.
Yeah, it's all about, with Hero, you want to maximize your chances to find what you want. You want to play this defensive, slow game plan and space back with movement. Give yourself stage control. Give yourself like these scrap situations, these resets, to give yourself the opportunity to get these buffs, get these big single interactions where you're just going to explode and kill them. But we're seeing instead the letter H opting for just some very aggressive scrapping for the most part. Every opportunity he gets, and Prometheus so far at least has taken full advantage. And maybe will continue to do so if he can just find another neutral lane.
I've been seeing H, whenever he has a spell ready to throw, he always B reverses it. And I think it's like he's keeping his back to the wall to kind of like hide, I guess, maybe, from Prometheus' eyes. But, you know, still not able to find any type of kill. Prometheus is all him right now.
Yeah, Prometheus has just locked down on anything H can throw. Oh, right, just willing to play patient, willing to play on movement and on reaction. They're letting Prometheus let H commit to the initial dash, right, and catching that in that lag. The only time in Ultimate you really can't do much in a movement action, calling out the read on the landing as well, and just H was desperately trying to get away and give himself space, but wasn't hitting get off me buttons. He was just trying to roll away or run away, and Cloud can chase you down and lock you up for that. And on top of that, right, Prometheus just literally just breathed, kept it patient, and just said, push a button first in your startup, in your end lag. I don't care. You're going to give yourself a time where you're not able to get away from me anymore, and that's when I'm going to pounce.
It makes sense. I think I was wrong. I kept thinking that Prometheus team was on Luma's because they all had they all had like Luma's tag or like different variations of it. But I think they're paying like an oath to Luma himself because I think they're going to have Luma out next to kind of like finish up the job and versus Cloud.
Yeah, I believe, right, 3 stocks apiece. It all comes down to this.
What a way to send it.
We're talking about how much stocks mattered. Guess what? They don't matter anymore.
Not in this last battle.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it matters, you know, in a league setting where you have point differentials for tiebreakers, but guess what? State championships, we're in the final bracket, Fabs, and the question remains, can Prometheus perform, frankly, you know, I'm just going to say a modern miracle and find a way past Luma, one of the best players in all of Missouri here, the anchor for CBC in Cloud Rob, which that matchup can get hard sometimes.
I mean, with the way that Prometheus is playing, they were very reliant on catching landings. You know, they were throwing out a lot of back airs, a lot of up airs, and then if they whiffed, up smash straight away. You know, they were really big on just making sure if you land, you're either going to lose your stock or you're going to take a lot of percent on the way down. And such a character like Rob, big body, big hurtbox, even though they have like a really big recovery on flying away, no hitbox on it. So you do have to watch out on how you land. It's going to go straight in. We'll see what Luma can do.
The big question is going to be, what is Prometheus' answer for the neutral error from Rob, right? We were seeing it earlier, the basis of his neutral game.
God.
But as you see as well, right, Rob's so good at keeping Cloud off stage in the corner, or the down air to lock down the linear recovery, as well as if he wants to, laser, gyro, he can just wall out Cloud with those projectiles from a decent mid-range. And so once Cloud gets in, it can be great, but how do you find your way in? And that's the question that
tries to
you
get
were
reverse
asking.
to back air.
So far, Prometheus hasn't had the answer.
Okay, gyro in hand. I like how Prometheus is using it. Not like before, like I said, you know, you don't want to shield it. You want to keep it in your hand, use it with you, you know, use it against Rob. He can't get a second one out. You can't play with your own toys, got to get a taste of your own medicine. Prometheus trying to get rid of him, the side B from the air. Doesn't connect though.
Yeah, he saw Kai do it earlier and wanted to show CBC a taste of their own medicine, but unfortunately it didn't work out. Luma playing it very patient. I like the single hit there, not deciding to opt for the potential stock trade. Instead, Ed just taking the hit, continue the edge trap situation. Unfortunately, wasn't able to continue the stage positioning, but great chase there, right on that DI in from Luma and found the stock. But speaking of DI,
The up air
yeah,
catches people, man. It catches you out.
And that was just Prometheus getting in his own head a little bit, right? He expected the DI cross-up, but it never came.
Okay, opts for the fake out from the side B, gets the down tilt, doesn't get too much damage off it though, and now in a little bit of trouble. You're boxing with Rob. You know, you can't do that.
No, sir, not at all. That down tilt just moves faster than the speed of light sometimes. I love that down air into the falling back air through Plat, though. Just the pressure and the creativity from Prometheus here has been excellent and is making Luma really have to work
We talked
in
about
some
the
of these
landings.
situations.
Yeah, we talked about how you're going to catch landings, how do you land safely. And Luma always taking % when he's on the way down. I think he wanted the B reverse.
I honestly don't know if he did, because the B reverse would have taken longer and given Luma an bigger opportunity to react, where there it's just an air stall, allows you to reset the ledge.
All the down tilts in the world, taking them all across on the left side, doesn't get the kill though.
And just the grab, I like the patience there from Prometheus. He knows his win condition. He's taking it one stock at a time. He's not trying to stay alive. He's just trying to take the stock, keep it going one moment after another. And again, these single hits, not trying to get cheeky with it, not trying to get fancy. He just, again, trying to minimize the % he takes, lock that stock down, but Luma is making it as hard as possible.
Opts for the up B climb, you know, the limit one as well. I feel like Luma got a little bit too aggressive with it.
Yeah, climb out. I mean, a stock up. Luma feeling very confident in himself, especially at 145, right? Climb hazard is going to take the stock, but at what cost? Cloud has to play an almost perfect stock, and for a character who doesn't have long combo strings, mostly plays in neutral, you now have to have a crazy mash to get out, and close, but no cigar, and it's going to be Luma locking it up, but definitely getting pushed to the brink there in what was a fantastic, fantastic first crew battle of this block.
Yeah, I feel like CBC, they got a lot to prove, and you know, it's more of a case I feel like people are just talking about Luma, but they had a lot of good people on their team that were doing a great job. But obviously Luma had to clean up in the end, but like you said, he was pushed.
Oh, and
it
now
wasn't free.
And now Luma hitting the gritty too.
Why not? I told you, man, these kids be getting happy with it. A lot of personality.
I want to see. I appreciate the gritty as the team dance, but also I want to see their moves. I want to see some variation.
Maybe that's a team thing, you know, they're keeping it close.
I mean, we got Max Ketchum over on the other stream, man. They got to make some moves, some big moves. Show me the mix on that movement.
Do you want to see who we've got the other two teams, right?
Yeah, we've got Fox and Marquette coming up, I believe.
Okay.
Eve, Fox Senior taking it over Blue Springs South earlier in round one. Marquette, on the other hand, taking over Maplewood Richmond. So both teams had to fight their way here for sure. And now trying to figure out who is going to go up against the so far unstoppable force that has been Luma and CBC.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, what we said before, I feel like people do talk about Luma only. Because like you said, he's well known. He plays, you know, quite well outside of these high school stuff. You know, in the actual main bracket, he is going to be going pretty far, I'd imagine, as well. So he is a threat, but, you know, the kid's got something to prove, man. All these kids got something to prove, and that's what I love. And it's shouts to both teams as well.
And as you've been stressing the whole time, it's not just about that one player. It's not just about, you can have that one best player in the entire world, but it's also the strength of the rest of your team, and CBC is right there, right? Every single player on their team is so strong. They consider their choices is so immensely on who they're going to send in, what characters they're going to play. Hey, we've been lucky to have a bunch of stats data, right, stock differential, all that stuff for this high school cruise battle. Guess who made all that data? CBC's coach, Coach DK.
Damn.
Hey, right? They put so much into this. They care so much and want to provide not just a hobby for these kids, but mentorship, outlet, right? How do you find a way to do what you love, and how do you learn skills from this that you can bring forward into the rest of your life as you go to college, as you get a job? You know, what can you learn from Smash Bros? And the answer, with the right community, with the right coach, quite a lot, and CBC really does seem committed to fostering that with their community.
No, that makes a lot of sense. I was just going to say, Luma and his team are kind of like pointing at me earlier. That's what I was saying that to them.
Y'all can't see, but they were on the... They were directly behind
they were having a
y'all
good time.
On the audience, and they were just death staring us, man.
They were having a good time. But I believe we're gonna get the two next schools coming up as well.
So I was going to say, we may have them coming up, but you know, Fabs, it takes a couple minutes to walk
set up, right?
To set up, to figure out who you're going to send in. And you know what's a great way to spend some 5 minutes? You can do all sorts of different things, like some of these things we have for you folks right now. Like, if you're traveling somewhere, maybe check out the Hilton. You know, maybe fly on a Boeing.
This is one of the best
Come over
hotels
here.
I've been to, by the way. But honestly, thank you to obviously, you know, like I said, the partners on this stream that are just helping us. Not even just stream, just the whole event. As like you talked about the Hilton, offering a lot of people to stay, a lot of smashes to stay around. And like I said before, one of the best hotels I've been to. Lovely, like, you know, service, everything, customer service, great. And of course,
are gorgeous.
Cardinals. This is the hometown team, right?
Yeah, the
So-
St. Louis Cardinals. This is actually their baseball stadium. We're here in Ballpark
Yeah, I was
Village.
gonna say, it's really cool.
Idge, kind of in the bar food court area is the venue for this event. It's
Sure.
absolutely gorgeous. One of the nicest venues I've
Yeah,
been
for
in.
sure. Thanks to the Village as well, Ballpark Village, just for, you know, hosting it here. This is amazing, by the way. It's such a cool sports bar.
And I mean, it's not the thing. One of the things about Gateway, right? Again, we have so many sponsors. This community. It's the St. Louis Fairgrounds, and which has backing from all these companies. Also the city of St. Louis itself, right? This is really not just a high school event. It's not just a Smash Major. It is an event for the whole city of St. Louis, for the whole community. And you can see, right, we have sponsors from hotels to planes to flooring systems to video games to baseball teams to laws to individuals. Like, everybody from every walk of life is bringing something to this tournament to really want it to succeed.
Yeah, especially like, you know, stuff like the Holding Foundation. You know, shout outs to them. Thank you for that. You know, the Harbor Group, got to give shout outs to that. Carolyn Kindle, Andrew C. and Barbara Taylor as well, all doing their hands and, you know, make this event, you know, as good as it can be. And I feel like so far it's like day one or day zero, if you want to, I guess. It's been amazing so far. So, you know, thank you to
And
everyone
remember,
that's helping
you
out.
know, Watlow and Arco Construction as well want to build something great up here. There are so many possibilities at hand, and I'm really excited to see where this event goes in the future. But speaking of in the future, maybe we'll have Boeing back next year. Boeing is a proud supporter of the 2023 Gateway Legends tournament. And do you want to contribute or build a career that contributes to next generation aerospace and technology, Fabs? Because if you do, you can explore some opportunities in St. Louis and other places across the United States by going to Boeing Careers on their website or just scanning the handy dandy QR code.
Yeah, that's real cool. You know, it's really nice to see stuff like that, just like, you know, be available to that. And like you said, the support as well. That's been my keyword today, apparently. It's been so good for Gateway Legends. So shout outs to them as well, of course.
And
you want to talk about shout outs on you talked about Max Ketchum and EMG, which are on right now. Guys, it's Gommel, bro. In July, late half of July, I went to the last one. It was my first time. It was amazing. There's so much things to do. You get there's a $5 code off this weekend only. If you use the code EUR, of course, you know, keep it Max for sure, keep it New York for sure. Shout outs to them and Toronto Joe, of course, you know, being picked up by Luminosity, shout outs to them. And yeah, big tournament in Canada, in East Side, in Toronto. It's amazing. It has so many things. It has therapy dogs, Ritual.
and a boat after party.
And a boat
There's
party.
so much, right? There's so much going on. One of the best events out there. There's a reason both the Ultimate and Melee scenes flock from across the globe for this tournament. And I haven't been to a Gommel yet, but I'm going. Don't worry. I already got my hotel booked. So that's all I'm saying. But this tournament, and Fabs, the Toronto scene, one of the most welcoming groups out there. They are so passionate about this game. I've got to go up for some other stuff, and you know, this is their baby. This is their child, and so you guys should come check it out.
I believe they have Street Fighter there as well.
I believe
think
so.
I think they want to expand on other games. Yeah, Street Fighter Gear, I believe Rivals is there as well, so you know, shout outs to them. But of course, shout outs to Warzone 2 as well, with another type of game that seems to be blowing up recently, is HDR.
Yeah, we've got some Smash Ultimate, some Rivals of Aether, and various other games and products going on at Warp Zone down in Joliet, Illinois. A fantastic event happening July 29th and 30th. Shout outs actually to one of the TOs of this event, Domlax. You're the GOAT, dude. CT got to represent. But this event is going to be an amazing time. Some incredible people running it. They had an amazing time last year, and I'm super excited to see what they cook up.
Yeah, man, a lot of tournaments coming up. It seems to be like, as people like to say, the summer of Smash, right?
Yes, sir.
It's like, it's time to burn your bank account, guys. You're going to be traveling everywhere you can because there's so much to see. So many tournaments coming out. But yeah, we're going to get the two schools ready to rock.
Yes, we've got Matt.C coming up and Spin Dash. Matt.C is a Steve and Pitt player.
Steve Pitt.
And Spin Dash for Fox is a Mario player.
No, this is.
Hey.
Why do Smashers love to do this?
Listen, all I'm saying, man, wrong half of the Olympic Games.
This is so common. Like, why do people have like a certain tag that's do like a different game and then have a completely different character?
Well, I mean, listen, right? Everyone
Spin
talks
Dash
about
1?
Everyone talks in Smash, right, about how important mixing your opponent is. It's
That's
just
fair.
another way. It's that infinite mix.
That's facts. That is facts.
Because, yeah, your bracket prep might just consist of saying, okay, what's their roster look like? And you see that, they're going to think Sonic too. You prep for Sonic, you sit down and it's Mario. You might be in for a sad time.
I'd be pretty mad if I experienced that.
Yeah.
Either way, the Mario against
Welcome back. Minor technical issue. It happens.
I tripped.
Tabs.
My bad. Either way, we're back to get some, actual more high school cruise action. And we got Steve Mario coming up. Spin Dash 1, who does not play Sonic, guys, plays Mario.
Again, we were talking a little bit earlier, right?
Yep.
As it all, unfortunately, that difficulty came up. A lot of discourse about this matchup recently, right?
Of course.
As how does Mario find his way through the blocks? How does Mario do so during the crew battle? Darkwizzy didn't necessarily have the easiest time. But then in main bracket, right, was able to immediately turn around, take it to a game 5, push Akola, the best Steve player in the world, to the absolute brink. And I'm really excited to see how this matchup plays out between two players around the same age, around the same experience level here, in this matchup. If Steve plays that defensive wall-based game plan, it can be hard for Mario to get in, but if he opts to scrap, both these players, as we're seeing early, very capable of laddering you like no man's business.
Matt.C straight off the bat wants to get started and going again. He's relentless with these up tilts, with these up airs. You can just hold that button down and just let it fly. And look at the damage already, Richard.
Yeah, and one of the big downsides of Steve's scrap buttons, right, is that they have that limited range. But you know who else has very stubby hitboxes? Mario. And Mario's, unfortunately, unlike Steve's, don't have any sort of disjoint, which we're seeing kind of cause him to struggle to get these openings, get these initial hits, to get the combo game started. The fireballs have been useful, but Steve can also just build terrain to make them just go away, right? You can build a wall to hide behind and Spin Dash with an opportunity, but every single button Matt sees pressing is just doing so much more.
Yeah, it seems to be Matt.C's throwing out a lot of grabs, really wants that, those grab confirms. There's not really being able to find it. What they are getting, though, is a lot of hits. Seeing right there, when they do get their grab confirms, they are able to get a lot of pressure on Spin Dash 1. Not really able to, do anything about it.
And you saw Spin Dash there, not opt for the fastball back to the platform, just decided to take the 1-2 reset, take it a little slow. And I think we're seeing, right, the kind of that effect Steve can have on your gameplay where you're so unsure what to do sometimes because this character has so many strong buttons that sometimes you just decide to play it a little bit safer, which gives them more opportunities in turn to press those strong buttons. And speaking of strong buttons, you press minecart because it's good.
Yeah, of course. It's probably one of the best moves in the game, if not the best. Either way, it's a really good button to just kind of throw out. There's a lot of things for you, but at the moment, that forward throw doing a lot of things for Matt.C. Not able to find the kill, goes a bit too low. Hangs on the ledge for a bit too long. Doesn't get the F smash. And Matt.C is in the driver's seat right now, man.
Yeah, it really... Spin Dash just hasn't been able to get all too much started at all. We're seeing Matt.C willing to just back off, reset. 3 rollouts there, finally got punished by a single back air. There, Mario, Spin Dash able to start to use some of these faster buttons and to find a punish, getting the down smash there on a little bit of a risky overcommit from Matt.C, and so he's not going to get the 3 stock. He's not going to find that perfect start to the crew battle that maybe he was hoping for. And if you're a player like Spin Dash, playing a character like Mario who can have so much momentum, if you just need to find one hit.
Those Diamond confirmed the dunk into the down smash. And Matt.C, very impressive right now. Another down smash, been finding a lot of mileage off that. The down tilt, forcing him on the roll. Once that grabs, a bit too happy about it. Could get him killed maybe.
And he went for the up air there, but because up air, unlike back air with Mario, isn't really able to hit you out of minecart. Got hit for it. What against any other character, right, would have been his own advantage state, and ended up losing stage control in the game for it. That being said, still got a stock, right? It could have gone worse. And so moving into it, the question is going to be, hey, we didn't know who they were going to send in first, right? We started off blind, but now we know who's on the table. You're locked into Steve. Let's look at our roster. Let's see, who do we have here as Fox Senior High? How do we dislodge them? How do we, do we send in our Diddy Kong player and Joker player? Do we send in our Sora? Do we send in our Pokemon trainer maybe, right? Ivysaur famously, maybe Steve's worst matchup. So they've got some tools in that kit of theirs. The question is, who do they pick?
Yeah, obviously, it's going to be a counterpick war, as the match goes on. That can be really helpful because obviously you can choose your strongest matchups. You can say, hey man, I want to play this matchup. I'm good at this one, or I don't want to play this one. I'm really bad at it. So there's a lot of things that can go into it. Be it simple, be it a lot of depth. I guess it's a choice of I feel like it's going to be at this type of level. It's going to be more comfortability. You might win the matchup, but you might not like it. There's often times where it's like that, or even vice versa. I think in this case, it's going to be, what? I don't mind Steve. I can fight him. Put me in, coach. I can do something. And we're gonna see what we can do against this Steve. Because that Steve was running riot. Riot.
He was cooking, and he was playing incredibly aggressive. Right, he wasn't building defensive walls to block you out, to find these defensive techs. He had so much confidence that his initial combo strings were gonna hit, and then once they did, he just didn't drop them. Right, wasn't opting for some of the more complicated no impact landing stuff where you can place a block basically directly, so you go from the air to the ground without actually having to land. And for those of you who are a little bit newer to Smash, but even without those, right, that open up all of Steve's 0 to deaths, it's still 50, 60, 70% off one combo, and then stage control. It's just so much, right? For most characters in the game, that's 2-3 interactions.
It's true.
I know that we're just getting a little bit of insight into what these players' control schemes use, and that's interesting. Have you ever seen the double jump button on bumper there and then grab on the trigger? Like, look at that. This is some really cool controls here. Like swapping the grab over to the trigger, the double jump on the bumper, or having 3-hole jump buttons. And I really always like looking at what players' control schemes are.
Makes sense.
Because some of them very traditional, some of them very funky, but one of the big ways in which players individualize their experience in this game and try and find any little advantage they can to really open up their character or to open up their specific play style. And
oh, so now I know who we've got next. We've got Stinkmeister. So I was talking to Luma and his team about this guy, and they're very big fans of him. Stinkmeister plays, I believe, K-Rool.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, with a tag like Stinkmeister and playing the King K-Rool, the big happy crown man himself, I mean, how can you not be a fan?
You don't look too happy to me. You look kind of evil.
Don't worry about that. He's just jealous. He's got the big happy belly. He pats it all the time. He's got the big toothy smile. What's not to love?
We're going to see how this evil man does against, the other evil man being K-Rool. Pick a poison who is the worst one. Matt.C, only got 1 stock to spare in this. Wait.
No, I think there was a. I was gonna say there was. Yeah.
Oh.
So what happened?
I was gonna say I didn't think he lost a stock or anything.
Yeah. So what happened for folks at home, not aware, because that was from production, was we just got word that he mined at the beginning of the game, and it's a crew battle, right? The game doesn't officially start until both players are at the right stock count, which means that for certain characters, like Steve, who can take those passive actions like mining, build up those resources, if you start mining, that's a big no-no.
Could be a force of habit, to be fair. They want to do it now.
And it's always interesting, though, to see how those rules choices are made, because a character like Lucario has to come in with 1 stock, still gets 4.
Okay, gets the crown out, but again, he's going to get up tilted forever. That big hurt box, just like with K. Rool. It's so hard to land, so hard to get anything started. You might have armor, but, only saves you for a little bit.
Yeah, you've got armor, but you've also got this crown. You've also got this blunderbuss. You've got some tools to threaten in the mid-range. A boomerang that goes away and comes on back round again, and so that they can't just set up a wall in the mid-range. And he's playing this very patient, willing to not rely on the armor, but use it on reaction as a mix-up here, and is very comfortably just slowly creeping his way in on the Steve.
He's getting a lot of confirms off the boomerang part off the crown. When it comes back, he's waiting for Matt.C to press a button, and he's punishing it with either up air or nair or anything.
Unfortunately, though, the crown just not landing on Steve's head. This man's only 2 meters tall, remember, so those 2 blocks, the crown going just above that and lining up the spike on that big body. No crown, which not just a big projectile, but also has armor of its own, right? One of your best tools out of disadvantage in those contested situations. And an unfortunate SD from Matt C as he just went the wrong direction with that glider.
Yeah, so I think it looked like a misinput to me. Either way got the up B and went the other way, like you said. And now I feel like it's Matt.C's time to kind of get another stock. If he can get another stock off, which is definitely possible with Steve, he might be back into this game.
I fully agree with you, right? The question, as we were saying in the first talk, how does K. Rool get out of these disadvantage situations as a big, heavy boy? Yeah, he hits you really hard, but he also gets hit really hard. And a character who can chain hits together like Mr. Minecraft Man himself can, it can be hard. It can be hard to get away. It can be hard to reset. And a player as aggressive as Matt C is just really locking it down right now.
Gets the mistiming off the crown. Tries to get him started again. The armor just not being a factor here. Usually, armor being one of K. Rool's best things about him, able to, ignore some hits. He's not able to with the way Matt.C is kind of fighting around it.
Armor can get forged on an anvil and can also get broken by one as Matt C uses that down air to take the stock. Picks up right where he left off with a quick 60 as well. And now Stinkmeister is just desperately trying to find a way to close this game out. Not let Matt C go into his 3rd game, especially a character like Steve. You never know, right? You give them a stock, they might just get diamond and 3 stock your next opponent.
And taking stocks all the time, even if you don't win, is always so important. He might have lost, but Matt.C was able to take 2 stocks off that K. Rool, coming in fresh. So that was really good on Matt.C.
And now one left to work with, but we were talking about Steve, right? We were just mentioning being able to just do so much, take so many stocks. It's one of the benefits of a super heavy too, right? Is that K. Rool can just kill you at 50 sometimes. He can just find that one read and you just explode. And now being in a situation where you're going into the next game, right, where you are bridging games, you're not just going stock for stock, you're not going in and going out. You've actually beat an opponent, suddenly down stocks in the situation, being able to maybe just find a quick read to cheese it out, get it back to even, is an exact way to close all your way back into this one. And being down, I mean, honestly, I think that's the best play they could ask for.
That makes a lot of sense. It was pretty hard. I just want to see, can this K. Rool keep going? How long are they going to go for? Because they only have 1 stock left, and I believe that might be Shadow coming in or not. He's going back down, so I don't know who's coming in for it.
Yeah, I mean, he's also, I believe, either the captain or one of the coaches of this team as well. So someone who's also going up, giving his players some advice, setting up the game plan, and then heading back off to let them play their set. We are just waiting. I mean, you have to, right? This is a team game. It's an individual game, but it's also a team game, right?
For sure.
There is a lot of strategy here. Who do you send in? When do you send them in? What stage do they counterpick to, right? Because there are, as we've seen, there are stage counterpicks here online. And all of the things you'd consider a normal match, but then you have to consider that over a span of multiple. And so these players want this, right? This is a state title on the line.
For sure.
And if you know I know you're not from here, but American sports, man, high school state titles, people care more about sometimes than
I've seen the movies.
Professional sports.
I've
right?
seen the Disney movies. I know that matters to a lot of people.
But honestly, the Disney movies don't even do it justice. There are people who will I have seen riots in the streets for high school state championships
God.
before. It's insane. It's like a local team winning, your local team winning the Super Bowl, but it's high school. Like, it can be nuts, and you can tell how much these players care. Players just maybe going double back, so maybe he didn't remember to put in the controls.
They ain't got the jersey. I was just trying to see that jersey.
Well, I mean, Fabs, we are in St. Louis, so Jersey's a couple hours the other direction.
Okay. Jokes today?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Okay.
I'm trying.
I see you. Do we know? Oh! I think I know this is Addy, of course.
Yes, Addy for. Let's see here. Let's take a look at who Addy plays for Ridgemont. Addy is a different tag than the one they have registered.
Well, we're gonna get a surprise. Why not?
I mean, I like surprises. Do you like surprises?
No,
Addy.
I'm indifferent to
Never mind.
surprises.
Never mind. I just cannot read. Addy plays Jigglypuff.
Addy plays Jigglypuff.
Fabs, I was looking at the wrong school. Don't tell the Twitch chat.
K-Rool Jigglypuff.
And honestly, I'm down.
You're down for
I'm
that?
down. I'm down. Both these characters very capable of exploding each other very early. K-Rool, especially on a light character like Jigglypuff, right, very capable of popping that balloon and just making you fly off into the distance. But Jigglypuff as well, right? Your upper rest windows, your pound rest windows, forward air, there's all the confirms you possibly could want. Works so much better on a big heavy character that suddenly we're already one hit away from this game being over.
I see what you mean, but of course, how do they get that final hit? Are they going to get the roll in? Oh, you see, he was scouting out for Addy, but couldn't find it. Tries to get the Sing, no concert needed, it's getting cancelled, and they just can't. Bro, relentless pressure.
Yeah, relentless pressure, but you're seeing as well, Addy not looking for some of these, didn't look for the falling up air percent window, not looking for drill vest confirms off that down air where you fast fall at a specific angle. Instead saying, hey, I don't need to show what I can do, because guess what? I'm just going to play the matchup, lock you down, and as you said, relentless pressure. Or something we see with characters like K-Rool, characters like Ganon. Once they lose neutral, it can be really hard for them to reset because of just how big they are. And
for sure.
Addy just took it full advantage.
Yeah, that edge guard was just clinical, I'd say. They raised the percent, racked it up, easily, and then just one edge guard is all it takes. Obviously, K-Rool has that hitbox on the up B, but otherwise, he's a sitting croc, so to speak. He's floating upwards. There's nothing you can do. You've got one big back air and Jigglypuff to get rid of you.
I mean, hey, listen. All I'm saying is Addy might have been wearing some dungarees because they definitely pulled off, Addy, he definitely pulled off Crocodile Hunter.
Yeah, no, for sure. It was, it was a really easy way to kind of run in. We keep seeing it before. When they have one stock to clear, can they take so many stocks? It's always a case of no. They're so, like I said before, clinical. They get rid of the stock straight away, and then they're able to just push on.
All I'm saying, he wiggling the stick, making the Crocodile Hunter. Watch some good children's television growing up.
Nah, for sure. Definitely.
Steve Irwin, baby.
And you can see that coach coming in shadow. Definitely, like you said, definitely used to be the captain. He goes in, gives a little bit of advice, goes out. I like the methods, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, and why not, right? Because it's not during a set. This isn't mid-set coaching. It's a new game every single time, new players, new matchups. And so, yeah, you do have a strategic tech, and you have that opportunity. And that's one of the best benefits of having a coach is you don't have to keep all that game plan knowledge in your own head. You can outsource, have that second set of eyes, that second perspective. That especially when you're at the high school age, right? When you're learning so much from your teachers, your coaches anyways, that having someone who can provide you that mentorship role in this space can be so crucial.
Yeah, for sure. See what this Puff can do again. It's been rocking so far, One stock needed only. And, what a stock it was.
I mean, and taking that stock without dropping a single 1-2, right? Essentially resetting the momentum, not having to deal with a downward, not able to stem the bleeding at least for a second. But if they want to reverse this situation, and if Marquette wants to continue on this tear, they need, ideally Addy is gonna lock it down and continue this lead. But boy, when you're a character who wants to sit in the air, stay away from the ground, and has a stubby hitbox, also known as Jigglypuff, I don't know that there's anyone you ever want to see sitting across from you less. than
Yeah, for
Disney's
sure.
friend.
And Sora, Fail might coming in with the Sora, and it's going to definitely, like you said, going to be a battle in the air. You got to watch out for that Thunder, though, for sure.
But not only a battle in the air, but Sora just has this big Keyblade. He's got a sword that he can just keep Puff out. He can just say, hey, I don't want to shield either. I just want to sit away, float away from you, and force you to come on in. Force you to, especially with Adi's very aggressive playstyle, right?
But you got to sleep right now, and damn, we just got to rest on him.
Man, unlike Pokemon, it doesn't heal you percent, but it does just kill your opponent. Unfortunately, this one trading on out. Adi there getting punished by the F smash after taking the stock, which unusual because a rest on stage, actually, if you buff or shield out of it, you shouldn't be able to get punished.
Okay. Okay, the Blizzaga doing work. We've got the Fire Dragon. I love the way Fairmite is utilizing these projectiles, each different one, whichever it one be, keeping them away. I don't feel like Adi can really come in from the air. That kind of forces them to the ground. And like you said with Jigglypuff, that's what they want to do, is come in from the air. Big F smash, pushing them all the way out. Can they get the edge guard? But it's Sora.
Yeah, but I like the back air, though. You play it safe on positioning, so you don't overextend against the Sora. Maybe you don't land it, but you're able to find the Nair and continue the situation. It didn't work out, though. Failmite locking it down. Only one stock left. And Adi's dash attacks especially have been immaculate. And I was going to say, Puff, we saw the F smash, we saw the dash attack. We haven't seen Jab yet. But especially his ultimates kind of changed. The buffs and nerfs came in. Puff got a little bit of a ground game. It's still not great, but it's better than it was before.
For sure. Okay, you see in the up B coming out, pushing them away, trying to force all the jumps away, trying to burn them all. Jigglypuff does have a few of them, so it's better to kind of get them out of the way, edge guard them, But with that air speed, they're able to kind of look at this. They're able to float away.
And now, like the full commitment's out from Sora. People talk about how amazing this character's recovery is, but we see the amount of lag on that side special. Adi able to just really find an edge guard attempt, but unfortunately just not able to keep it going. Still does have the advantage state, though. And the question is, how can Failmite find a way back down to the stage? The Firaga, a beautiful start.
Yeah, trying to get the dash as well. Just finds that raw up B. You can't be in the air with me for too long. Doesn't get the kill, though. See Adi fighting for his dear life.
And one of the big things is that airspeed, that air acceleration, right? How fast you can change direction in the air does also impact your DI, because it impacts how much you're going to fly, how much you're affected by movement in the air. And Adi took full advantage to survive for just the moment. Unfortunately, couldn't hold on. The power of friendship reigns supreme. No Donald and Goofy in sight right now, but who needs it when you've got your whole crew battle?
We can't see that. We can't see that. Whatever Failmite was trying to hold up, we didn't really get to see. But, good win on clutch in that. We did talk about how it's so hard for Puff to kind of fight throughout the air with that big Keyblade swinging around. You know what I mean? It's a distron in your face. It might be slow, but it hurts. It's so hard to be just negated all the time. And it's just more about can you fight on stage? That up B, even though he was doing it raw, he was catching Adi out a lot of the time in Failmite. So
I mean, Adi's aggression played to both their benefit and detriment that game. It gave them a lot more opportunities against Sora, just because I think, like we saw, just the uncomfortability that it imposes. You aren't used to seeing a Jigglypuff play like that. Even Base Mage doesn't play just go in like that. But the downside of it was that sometimes you're a little bit slower because you're playing so aggressive. You're picking less defensive options in general. Your defensive reactions are a little bit slower, right? That rest, getting punished with the whole stock, was a game changer, especially the way that set ended. And you just have to, I think, take it easy. Having aggression is incredible. It's good. Being able to play that fast. It's very hard to play Ultimate that fast. But being able to vary that game speed, mix in still a more defensive playstyle and use that aggression as, I'm going to play defensive, I'm going to let them bait their opening, get their commit, and then explode onto them and open you up with that aggression, is really, I think, the next step they can take in their gameplay. They're so good, though. That was so much fun to watch.
Yeah, that was a really good set to watch. Pretty competitive. I believe the coach is coming in, though, and teach us some lessons. Shadow, don't know how you say his tag. Either way, they're going to come in, see what they can do to kind of clear up what's left of the Sora.
Yeah.
One stock apiece, not one stock apiece, one stock only on this Sora, though, so don't have too much to work in, but it can be very pressuring, because it's damn, I have to take one stock, but can I? Can they clean up straight away? We've been seeing that quite a lot recently. No panic needed, just straight away get in, get out, clean it up.
And Shadow likes not the Sonic series, not anything, no super dark characters here. He likes fundies.
Okay.
And that makes sense. He's a coach.
Okay.
And you know what he also likes on top of, you know what lots of funnies players like, Fabs?
Swords.
Big swords.
Big swords.
This man plays Cloud and Ike.
Of course, Cloud and Ike.
He likes just big hitboxes. They don't need to be fast. He doesn't need to be fast. He doesn't need to have a good recovery. He doesn't need to be able to get around all that much because he's just got a big blade.
Okay. So we're going to see what Shadow can do with this Cloud. I'm going to imagine he goes Cloud. I don't see the Ike coming out.
You never know. You never
I would
know.
hope for the Cloud, but we'll see what we get.
Hey, I'm gonna just say Ike can be sick sometimes.
It can be okay.
We've got some back in New England. We've got some really talented Ikes. One of them actually was originally supposed to come to this tournament, but just couldn't quite get a flight that they could afford. Luxa, who is the #1 player in New Hampshire right now, is an Ike player and very, very talented. Has wins on Ling, Pelka, many others. So I think Ike is sick, but that maybe it's just I'm biased in seeing sick Ike play.
I think Ike sick is quite a biased line, but we're gonna see if Shadow can show us that Ike, or if he goes Cloud either one, or he might lie to us and go to somebody else. I feel that's been happening sometimes.
I mean, hey, right? Listen, one of the other things is there's 90 characters in this game, and if you like a character, even if you don't main them, who knows? Sometimes you might know something that we don't, that they don't, and you might just throw a total curveball because, especially this far into a crew battle, right? That element of counter picking it doesn't go away, but you're not wondering, hey, who are they going to send in? Who are they going to send in? Because you know who's coming in next. You know, okay, they only have 1 or 2 players, and this matchup's awful, so they're not going to send that one in, so I'm getting this. So maybe you do throw in an unexpected character just to mix them, but it's just going to be the Cloud.
Oh, yeah, the Cloud's coming out.
Yeah, man. I mean, hey, these 2 players got to square off, right? The 2 Square Enix reps.
For sure.
Show their dominance, show their supremacy. See, and Are they switching?
Yeah, they're switching
they're
sides.
switching player tags. That makes sense. But what do you think of Cloud Sora? Because I think this matchup, or I know we've been talking about a lot of volatile matchups before. I think this is certainly one of them. But I personally feel that this is a Sora favorite matchup. But I was curious about your thoughts.
Oh, you think
on
Sora
it.
wins?
I think Sora wins. Yeah.
Is there any reason why?
I think Sora's just more. I think Sora. Once you get that initial hit, Cloud backer is really strong, but once you get that initial hit, Sora is so good at just keeping Cloud in disadvantage.
Okay.
And that up air
It's a strong upper, yeah.
that up air gives Cloud Smash 4 flashbacks, man.
Okay, not getting anything started at the moment. It's just all Shadow right now. And like I said before, just has to get 1 stock only. But how do you allow when you got multiple aerials coming in your face, the big key swinging around, but getting hit by the limit neutral beat. Oh my god, in an instant. No way we're going to clean up like that.
Yeah, I mean, hey, man.
That's why he's the coach.
Yes, sir. That's why he's the go. And the flex, too.
That's why he's the coach.
The full double bicep flex. Man.
Wow.
And hey, they call that move climb hazard. And what comes up, man? It must come down. And climbing hazard, falling hazard, same difference.
I can see why. Fail might unlucky. It's going to fall short to that up B. Wow, that was instant. And again, it's this, I just need 1 stock. Cool, I'll just do that then. No pressure needed, no panic. Bam.
But even to get into that situation, right, he was still getting juggled. He was still getting put in disadvantage. And that's kind of what I was talking about, at least in my opinion of the Sora Cloud matchup. I'm going to be real. I'm not a Cloud player. I'm not a Sora player. I don't know how controversial a take that is, that I think Sora wins that matchup. So
Who cares?
flame me. Do it. I'm down to have conversations. I'm down to learn.
I mean, I get what you mean. I can see it. Me personally, I think it looks like Cloud kind of wipes him. Because I feel like, with people that say, oh, well, can't edgeguard Sora. They're so edgeguard. There can't be an edgeguard. I can't even talk. Because of that recovery, right? But I feel like they're quite slow off the ledge. And I feel like one of Cloud's best things is ledge trapping. You're going to be caught there for such a long time. And like you talked about with Sora's up air, you got Cloud's up air, right? You know what I mean? You got Cloud's up air, Cloud's back air, you have to kind of maneuver. And if you somehow get past that, you got a lot of things coming your way inside B. So yeah, it's not Shadow, it's not Shadow.
Okay.
You were saying it's Shadow.
I was saying
Yeah,
Shadow.
I was saying Shadow.
Shadow.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't know, it's pretty hard to pronounce.
Yeah. It's pretty hard to pronounce, and I've got a speech.
They good
ready.
though.
They're really good. I agree.
The way they ended that stop was good, but I think they were going to get the next
creativity
person.
and
is
finding that
E-Boy.
reversal at the end as well
Oh,
was,
yeah, for
was
sure.
immaculate. Yeah, for Fox Senior, the next person I believe is using the tag E-Boy here, but not actually on the rosters we have.
I'm going to guess Azzy Boy.
I was going to say, I would guess it's either Azzy Boy or Echo Chamber, but my guess would also be Azzy Boy, which if that's the case, Diddy Kong Joker player.
Oh, this is the Diddy that was,
yeah.
I think this might be like their anchor, because they were cleaning up. I watched them on the other stream. They were cleaning up with that Diddy.
And, I mean, I'd be interested to know which character we're going to see, because Diddy Kong, Diddy Kong and Joker versus Cloud are both kind of in a similar place, but also are really, how much do you trust yourself to not let yourself get banana counterplayed with Diddy? And I think if you feel really confident at not letting Cloud have banana ever, then you go Diddy Kong. And I think otherwise, just go Joker, because your poke tools are way safer. Your mid range is closer, and your disjoint is there. Plus, I mean, hey, one of the only characters in the game that gets a call for backup.
Right. Call for backup is a nice way to put it. The big brother coming out. I don't think he goes Joker though. I think he goes Diddy.
I was gonna say, I think I agree with you again, but I think it's confidence on the banana is a big part of it, because if Cloud is suddenly able to keep banana away from you, whether he's using it against you himself or just keeping it kind of inaccessible, then it's really hard for Diddy in this matchup without banana.
We're gonna see how this goes. Banana in the hand straight away. Oh, not even being able to touch it. I like the neutral B to kind of stop him. Waste some time, take some percent, but it doesn't really matter. As we're gonna get it started, or E-Boy, should I say?
And now I love the Nair back air. There's the 1, 2, 3 hits. Shadow hasn't been able to find any sort of long strings, just 1, 2 hits, right? But that's what Cloud does, whereas same thing with E-Boy as well. He hasn't been able to find these long strings, but that's Diddy's bread and butter, and you're seeing that in the differential early. They're getting the same amount of buttons, right? The same amount of hits off of a neutral win, which is greatly beneficial to Cloud here.
Okay, and Azzy Boy, big F smash, doesn't get the kill, they're just putting him off stage. And I feel like that's where he wants to keep the Cloud, you know what I mean? Ledge trapping off stage where you can, ledge trap it, or edge guard as well. It can be a really world of hurt for Cloud. I feel like, where they shine so much is in that neutral on stage, center stage. Big sword, big disjoint, it's so hard to kind of combat him. When you get him off stage, it's a little bit easier, right?
For sure, I love that blade beam there, just in the mid-range, right? Completely taking away the platform, but also the late drop through it, forcing Azzy to get back early. But now Cloud with the banana, like we're talking about, how does Diddy find a way in? You kind of have to resort to the barrels, but even then, Fabs, it's just so much hurt.
Yeah, for sure. I do like the up B. The barrels kind of keeping him by surprise. And charges the up smashes a little bit, kind of catching the spot. That was really smart from Shadow.
I was surprised to see the back. It was a nice recovery. I was surprised to see the back air come out, because forward air there just covers so much space. But his spacing on these back airs has been immaculate, and so I understand why he really wants to just keep it simple with that move, right? Not show too many of his mix-ups, because he's feeling the confidence in his game plan, and not optimal DI there from Azzy Boy. It would have killed on most stages, but Kalos has some of the biggest blast zones we've got, and
for sure.
It's gonna give Shadow the banana too, and that's brutal.
Okay, just lands on him with that up smash. Waits for him to land on him so he can throw it out. And that can be so scary to kind of see where you want to DI or see where you want to land. Because he has banana in hand. All he has to do is hold shield, throw that item out of shield, and it's game over.
I like the patience, but coming in with the early down air, just kind of misspacing it. But the second one on shield is going to allow him, again, to get back down to the ground, reset. Shadow's patience has come to his benefit, but then once he gets in, you're seeing his pace of play go from, at the mid-range, very slow, to every time he gets in, he just plays, just doubling his play speed. And it's causing Azzy Boy to kind of panic a little bit sometimes. There's a lot of options that you can see aren't the bread and butter he's maybe been preparing. It's not the string he's looking for. Not because he's not getting the right hit, but just because he's kind of playing a little frantic.
And again, Shadow really wants that up smash, wants the golf swing. We're in the baseball stadium, a bit of a different ball game, but still keeping that pressure on Azzy Boy. Back air, sneaking that one in, whacks him out the way. And I feel like Shadow's kind of been mostly at the advantage in this game. Okay, lands on the banana, just has it in hand, waiting for it, but it has that limit on charge as well. Doing a lot of neutral Bs though, I see. Not too many cross slashes, just opting for the Blade Beam instead. Don't know if that's a misinput or just wants that instead for the projectile.
I think the projectile, as well as like you can act out of it. Diddy's so mobile, so if they try and avoid it, you're not locked into place where you might get punished or bananaed or whatnot. You can kind of still get up and find the punish.
Makes sense.
As well, again, like that mid range is really good for catching some of Diddy's horizontal mobility. The one stock apiece left for these players, and if Shadow can close this out, it's gonna be huge for them because they're gonna be going in with a 7-3 lead. Just a huge player advantage. Not even stock advantage, but that's 3 people that the last member of FSMS is gonna have to get through.
For sure.
Or FSHS.
And again, he can't touch one shield. Up B will be coming out straight away. And he's keeping the banana in hand, not using it, just able to charge limit. This is really good play, item play from Shadow. Just can't find any kill. They're just keeping the pressure up. The banana's gone, though, as he can get it back in his hand to get some type of play going.
I like the delay there on that back air. We haven't seen it come out from Shadow too much.
Yeah, neutral B. I don't know if he keeps the limit for the stat buffs, because you do get to be quicker, of course, on the ground and in the air. Or maybe he just really likes the neutral B. Maybe he likes the projectile.
I think keeping the limit, especially against a character like Diddy, where the mobility difference can be huge, is a legitimate reason to do so. But I also think, again, as we were talking about before, just Blade Beam covers so much space that Diddy wants to occupy in this matchup that I could also see him just feeling really akin to that move.
For sure. And okay, we're getting down to the wire, but no wires needed. Getting cut straight away. Shadow able to clutch it. That cloud doing work. That's the coach.
Yes, sir. And I mean, hey, we're in a baseball stadium, you know, and unfortunately, could not pitch 3 strikes. That last attempt just ended up in a home run for Shadow, and now we're gonna see Fox Senior High School down to their last possible player. We've seen Azzy Boy, we've seen Failmite, we've seen Spin Dash, we've seen Steak Inkmeister. We've got a potential couple people that they could send in left.
Okay.
We've got Shadow Master the Kazuya.
The Kazuya, okay.
We've got Dog Bro the Bowser.
Dog Bro the Bowser.
Echo Chamber, the Pokemon trainer.
Okay.
And Lazy Trombone, who does not have a character listed. And
I would imagine the Kazuya should be getting picked.
And I think that's what production just told us, is that we are getting the Kazuya picked.
I would imagine so. I feel like you should start off with Kazuya. You know what I mean? That's an armored juggernaut beast of a character. If you start off with that, take as much stock as you can, just trading all the time.
And it's a character too that like just doesn't care. Like his matchup spread on paper, not always the best. But in actual tournament, he doesn't care what his matchup spread is because he just hits you with electric. And if you don't know the counterplay, you just die.
I mean, I guess his counterplay, so to speak, is the camping. It's like, what does camping do in a stock battle? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or in a crew battle, should I say?
You want to camp him? You want to time him out for 99 minutes?
Sure.
We'll be here until tomorrow, but...
Sure. Yeah, Kazuya, I feel like they should have started with that. Either way, gonna see what Shadow Master can do. Maybe he can clean up. He could be the hero, even if he is playing a character like Kazuya.
Listen. He's got to stay strong. He's got to stay strong. He's got to put up a fight. Because they need a hero right now.
For sure. Definitely. We're going to see what this Kazuya can do. Any confirms needed will be necessary. You know what I mean? Like you said, you want to hit those electrics. Definitely do something.
And Shadow with the selfie.
Why not?
Before. He didn't do it when he sat down. He didn't do it after a victory. He's doing it mid-run.
This is the pre-W selfie. So why not?
Bro, the before I had one stock left in one versus the after potential flex is he's setting up for like the most. We were talking last crew battle about how these players keep upping the ante on selfies to gritties to whatever,
selfies
right?
To gritties is an insane statement, but yeah.
Hey, I mean, we're living in 2023, right?
Facts.
But what are we, like, he's setting up for the potential next level buff.
It's a strong to the mental, right? They can do something to the mental. Keep you going, It's a big momentum booster as well. I feel like Shadow's been playing like, quite a few sets. This is his 3rd set now. Able to clutch it the last time. Only has one stop to work with against this Kazuya. He can be picked off in an instant.
One of the things with this matchup, though, is Kazuya only really need, like, Cloud wants to play you in neutral, wants to reset you to neutral, and find those. He needs to be efficient on these ledge guards, something that Kalos platforms might actually work to his detriment. And if you can give Kazuya, who's not just getting, Shadow Master's not just getting to play Kazuya with 3 stocks to 1. He's going to do it on Kalos. He's going to do it on a big, open, flat stage where he gets all the room in the world.
Makes sense, yeah. It's going to be a really scary stage. You might live a bit too long on Kalos, of course, bigger blast zones, but, those 2 platforms on either side far away, got a lot of ground to work with. It's going to be really hard to land sometimes, especially against Kazuya. Oh, Lord.
And we're seeing that just a little bit of a commitment. I respect it, honestly. You got to find ways to get those stocks early against this man.
Got to take risks.
Yes, sir. He's got a whole R&D department at his back, so he's prepared for everything.
Yeah, for sure. And you see the back air Shadow been doing a lot of work with that, sneaking that in, whacking people away with it every time. Goes for the side B, a bit ill-advised, and going to get up smash straight for it, swinging a hit.
And I love the immediate limit charge into full cross-stage run-in. And the cross-up, just the micro-spacing was immaculate. And he is finding a way to just stretch the stock as much as possible. Almost 60% left. If he's able to get over 100 on this stock, it's fully possible we see him take at least 1 more, if not both of them. This could be huge.
Yeah, Shadow just not letting him land the fair. No sweet spot, just a south spot, sending them away. Still in a good position of the bear. Oh my god.
Not just the bear, but the wall jump into it, which is what allowed him to get up there to be in position in the first place. Is Shadow's spacing has just been immaculate so far.
Yeah, I don't think Shadow Master's able to play right now. It just seems to be all Shadow right now. The up B out of shield. No kill though. Has a limit on deck. Is he going to let the neutral B Blade Beam fly? Yeah, he is. Doesn't break the shield though. Just going to keep it small.
But I like the jump and drift back there at the end. So he hit the sour spot of the neutral. He didn't find his way into the Kazuya combo starter. And you're seeing Shadow Master feeling like, hey, nothing's working, right? He's just digging deep in the tank. He's trying to get creative, figure out anything he possibly can, because how is he? This Cloud's untouchable right now.
Okay, goes for the up B, and the second hit kind of caught Shadow Master by surprise.
And now 85-93 off stage, and that's gonna be it. Are you kidding me, Fabs? Wow. He just did it.
That's the coach. I'm
one
telling
shot,
you,
the selfie into the pop-off. Are we gonna see another one?
Puts up the deuces as well. That's the coach, Rich. I'm telling you,
bro. And remember earlier too, he took the game. He took his first one, took the 1 stock, and he hit the double flex. And now he's still on the stage at the end of the set.
Wow. This kid's going places. This kid is going places for sure.
And
congrats to that school for
honestly,
winning
I think after that, I think he's got to give his whole team some coaching on just how to have that phenomenal a mental, because to keep your composure that long, take that many stocks, just absolutely insane.
I see why he'd be putting out orders, Congrats to Marquette High School, for clutching out that win.
Yeah, and they're going to move on in winner's side to take on CBC in winner's final.
What a final that's going to be. That's going to be explosive, for sure.
Yeah, there's some really good players on that team. Both their anchors as well. I'm very excited to see the inevitable Shadow Luma match that we know.
I feel like Shadow Luma will probably end up facing off for sure. Probably in the later half of that crew battle for sure. But hey, these 2 crew battles that we got to cast were amazing. Nothing short of it as well. Really fun to watch. High energy, a lot of personality. I love seeing so much character coming out from people.
Yeah,
a lot of stories to tell.
Exactly. So many stories to tell here in St. Louis, and what an amazing way to start this weekend, right? With some of the youngest storylines that we have to carry over into the rest of this event moving forward. And I'm going to be honest, there's nobody I would have rather started this weekend off than you, my friend.
I appreciate that. It's been a blast. For sure. Definitely been a blast, yeah.
But all good things must come to an end.
Of course.
And I believe we've got some... But before things go out, we've got a couple more ads for the folks at home to thank all of our lovely partners.
Yeah, for sure. We got, like we talked about before, Hilton Hotel. Shout out to them. One of the best hotels I've ever stayed in, period. My life. It's such a good customer service down below. And then the room I'm staying in is beautiful.
Yeah, also those mirrors.
Oh, they're nice.
Mirrors in those rooms are the coolest mirrors I've seen in my whole life.
Yeah, for sure. They are really nice. And obviously, of course, what's really nice is this whole venue up in Ballpark Village, with the St. Louis Cardinals. This is such an amazing sports bar, just venue to be in. It's where the main bracket's going to be as well. It's been godlike. It's truly, truly beautiful.
And, we've also got Powered Ascent, Watlow, Enterprise Holding Foundation, Hunter Engineering Company, Flooring Systems Incorporated, Arco Construction, the Harbor Group, Johnson Bender Asset Management, Carolyn Kindle, and Andrew C. and Barbara B. Taylor, who have all in varying ways contributed to this event, whether it's through funding, whether it's through resources. These are all people, every single one of these people on that last slide, on this one, who really want to see not just this event, but this community thrive. And
Yeah,
that's
for sure.
something truly special.
There's a lot of hometown love for this scene, for this tournament. I can really see. I feel like Gateway Legends has been really impacted by, like I said, the local scene, and it's just so good to see. Like, the local scene love it. They've got a great personality from what I met from the local yesterday. They're just cool people, man.
Yeah, definition of a grassroots major for sure.
For sure.
And if you like what is going on here, Boeing is one of those proud supporters of this 2023 Gateway Legends tournament. If you're interested in a career, which, even if you're in high school, hey, you got to do that someday, unfortunately, and you want to contribute to next-gen aerospace products and technology, maybe you should scan this QR code and start exploring some opportunities both here in St. Louis and all across the U.S. Again, you can find that through that QR code or over on the Boeing Careers page on their website.
Yeah, that's real cool about the physics stuff and the technology. But speaking of technology, there's no better place to see the tech than Gomo Boom. Get on my type of level, get on their type of level. There's a code right now for this weekend only. If you type in year, $5 off the whole thing, guys. I want to see everybody in Canada. There's a boat party. There's therapy dogs. There's hella different games to play, and it's in Canada.
And also, Fabs, all I'm saying too, I'm gonna be there. You're gonna be there.
Oh, I'm definitely going.
Hey, since you're gonna be there, they should use that code and get $5 off.
Absolutely. What a way, not to go. It's the later half of July. It's going to be hot, hot, hot. The weather is going to be beautiful. There's a lot of stuff to do in Toronto as well. East side of Canada.
It's a gorgeous city.
So much to do. It's a really lovely city. It's just a good place in general.
And speaking of amazing tournaments, you guys should check out Warp Zone 2. It's the second installment of this super regional tournament over in the Clarion Convention Center in Joliet, Illinois. They've got Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, the game we're playing here this weekend, as well as some Rivals of Aether, a fantastic indie platform fighter that I know you are a huge fan of as well.
Big fan of that.
Plus, a couple other Smash games, some fight communities going on there to boot. Some fantastic TOs, a fantastic community, and if you're around in July, you should absolutely check that event out.
And that's in Joliet, Illinois, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So if you're Midwest or if you want to travel to the Midwest before, definitely check that out, man. This is my first time in the Midwest so far.
Same here.
It's been really hospitable, really nice, lovely scenery, lovely weather. It's definitely gonna be a pain when I go back home to England and have to deal with the rain. But either way, it's not about me, guys. It's about you guys watching the rest of the stream. I think it's up for us. It's been a great time, guys. If you enjoyed our commentary, please let me know. I don't mind hearing about it. I love criticism. And I'm going to be on later as well. I think doing doubles.
Yeah, I believe you're
AG.
closing it out with AG during
Yeah,
doubles.
so, I'm not done yet. You'll have to bear the English accent a bit more. Hope you guys enjoyed, and I think I'm out.
Yeah, you're out. Same here. I also always am down for feedback. You can find both of us down below. Our information is going across that ticker underneath us. And you guys can continue to catch me. Also not done for the day. I've got one more block on the side stream right now. So I'm going to go see ya. But you folks shouldn't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We've got some more amazing crew battle action ahead of you.
You care about a clean future. And so do we. More clean ingredients today. And more recyclable packaging tomorrow. Purina cares here. And here. You care about every detail. And so do we. Every ingredient from our trusted sources. Every ingredient has a purpose. Purina cares here and here.
Explorers don't see a world with limits. With an innovative innovative spirit and curious mind, they never stop wondering what tomorrow may hold. Boeing was built by explorers, and our growing global team is helping reimagine the future of aerospace and making our world safer and more sustainable. Join us as we take flight together. Find your purpose at Boeing.
Our pets. They just know when to push us. Give us more when we need it most. They make the golden years more golden. Routines more exciting. New beginnings less scary. They make the world more beautiful. Our pets give us their best. Every day, in every way. And because of our pets, Purina is doing more of the things that matter. For the ones who matter most. Nutrition is at the heart of what we do. But it's not all we do. Purina cares here. And here.
Pleasant good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Gateway Legends, where we are getting right back into the action with the high school crew battles. It is an absolute pleasure to be here in the heart of Ballpark Village at Valley Sports Live. It's, a dream to be here as a baseball fan myself, and I'm sure it's great for you as well, baseball or not. I'm Kimona, that is Lyric, and it is wonderful to be out here for some excellent Smash Brothers.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the crew battles today through the Missouri Scholastic Esports Federation have been fire so far. We got a lot of hype from the crowd. We see a lot of people filling in, getting some really good food here at the venue. I be seeing the waiters walk in and out, and it looks real good. You got a full bar in the back as well.
I want some so bad.
It's a true spectator sport that we're kind of vibing with today. You guys are here live on the main stream, twitch.tv/even matchup gaming, but we got Notched and Ritual hanging out on twitch.tv/UGS gaming as well. You want double the Smash action happening at the same time. But Kimona, I'm super excited to be here with you. We got some really good players. I know you just walked into the venue now, but especially on Fox Senior High, the one player that has been impressing me all day is Azzy Boy on the Diddy Kong. We got, banana drop tech all over the place, but we're about to see Hickman High, at least for me, for the first time. And it looks like the character spread that they have is also really good going into Fox, for sure.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I really like to see going into a tournament where you're not as familiar with, the national names, right? I know that a lot of people think, a high school tournament, which sometimes might not even look that different from the national stage, because we have to remember that a literal high schooler is probably #1 and also #2 in the world. That's just the top 2 in Smash Ultimate right now, and you never know what kind of talent you're going to see, but we have a lot of, high school and middle school tournaments back where I'm from, down in Dallas, and those tournaments are some of my favorite ones to work, not only because, the vibes are so good, everybody's so into it, but because you get to see talent develop over time, and you get to see, I remember watching this person play 2 months ago, there's so much faster improved now, right? And you're going to see all these teams, like you mentioned. We got Fox Senior and we've got Hickman High School, and they both have excellent coaches with their teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the camaraderie is super enjoyable to be watching all day, just everybody getting hyped with each other. The character pools, though, have been very interesting, right? We've been seeing a lot of this character on and off the screen all day. We got Steve going on here, going on Smashville, though, so this one's going to be very interesting, but we're jumping right on in.
Minecraft Steve. And again, crew battle format, so everybody gets to play their one game, and then you have your 3 stocks, and then those will carry over between games. We will see how this one goes. Spin Dash on the Mario and Wolf on the Steve. And yeah, like you mentioned, seen quite a lot of Steve, kind of no contest best character in the game, so, it's a smart pick to take, right? But we've also seen some very impressive Steve play.
Yeah, absolutely. I think also going to Smashville is a very interesting choice here. I think they both just had to agree with it. But I think Mario is definitely going to have a little bit of an advantage, right? We're going to be able to use the center platform here if we're able to kind of move around here. But Wolf doing a really good job of positioning themselves underneath the platform, using the up smash here. Spin dash, they're trying to get something started, but still, it's just that consistent Steve output of damage.
Yeah, you mentioned that, Mario can use that center platform. Steve can as well, and that was actually Wolf sniping him out right there, saying, all right, you want to try to go for that center platform, get something big started, I'm going to stuff you out with that forward air before you even get the chance. You see Spin Dash trying to set up with these nairs, maybe looking for a tech scenario to start up a big combo, but nothing doing just yet. Now just going to go for the ledge guard instead.
Yeah, absolutely, too. And I think Spin Dash now starting to actually kind of bleed out here, trying to get something started, but Wolf doing a really good job of doing what Steve does best, and that's being a stronghold, right? Only going in when they're completely ready to go, and that material bar